I want to start by paying my respects to traditional elders of the land on which we're meeting and acknowledge their incredible custodianship of our beautiful country, and traditional owners all around the world in lands where, because it really matters. So here in Canberra, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and acknowledging that they left a lot less impact on our environment for over thousands and thousands of years than what we have, sort of Western colonisation. So I think there's much to learn, and as part of this, the transition to emissions reduction and the transition to resilience and adaptation, so much can be learnt from Indigenous cultures to manage a much better balance. I did want to raise mental health considerations of the topic this morning because it can be incredibly distressing. It's a difficult topic. Many of you around the room have been fighting this fight for a long time, and talking about climate risk and future impacts can bring up anxiety and distress. There is lived experience often in the room, so if at any moment anyone needs to take a break, please feel free to step outside, take a break, speak to one of the team. We really want this to be an open and constructive discussion. We will be wrapping up around 1 p.m. today, and there will be a press conference at around 1:10 to try and raise awareness again to outcomes and also what key asks coming out of the forum are, and encourage anyone who would like to participate to please join me. So the main message for me today in relation to this Climate Resilience Emergency Forum is the fundamental responsibility that we have as representatives of community organisations, as a Member of Parliament representing my community, of the government who I've invited, and there are staff members, and I'm having ongoing discussion, is that responsibility to keep communities safe, to acknowledge and look to the future, look to the risks that we know there are, and to ensure that we are putting in place preparation and plans. We don't dispute this very fundamental fact and need for society when it comes to a more traditional view of security, when it's a question of armed conflict, right? We don't dispute that we invest in our defence force. And we certainly don't wait till the attacking army is on our border before we start thinking about what defence force we might need. We invest years in advance, we constantly review and adapt and increase that spending regularly to address and meet the growing risks. But true national security means also defending Australians and our communities from rising costs and consequences of climate change. Now, we know at its core climate change will also pose a fundamental risk to national security and defence. The ONI report, which has not been released, looks at that for the Australian government. But broadly, we know climate risk is going to create great population displacement, food insecurity, water insecurity, and a challenge often to law and order because of the cascading and consecutive and compounding impacts of events. But what we know from a question of keeping Australian communities safe is we need to invest in that adaptation and resilience. And also, if we want to look at it from a point of view of having a strong economy, all of you in this room know disasters, the cost of disasters is increasing. It's costing currently around $40 billion a year to the Australian budget, not just emergency response funds, but lost productivity and impact. And that's probably a conservative estimate. One of our speakers this morning will actually probably challenge even those assumptions. So that's about 2% of GDP, to put it into perspective. The scale of the impact is outpacing government investment in prevention. At the moment, just to put the comparison, government investment in prevention is around $250 million a year to try and counter $40 billion of impact. It is the most ridiculous, inappropriate equation. So there's no international consensus on how much money should be spent on climate adaptation, and we do see a lot of global leaders and countries talk about percentages of GDP spent on defence. And so I felt like that was a comparison we need to start having. We need to start talking about in terms of GDP investment in our adaptation and resilience. So I'm calling for at least a commitment of at least 0.25% of GDP. And many in this room will tell me it's not enough, but I think we have to at least start there. Now that is about $4 billion a year. So compared to the 250 million, it would be a significant increase. But 0.25% of GDP to offset 2% of GDP impact. So I would argue this is a good equation. What we know, it can be invested from local government to, and to communities to make sure they can be safe. It follows the IPCC and the UN assessment that there's a 1 in 10 return on investment in adaptation spending. So we know for every $1 we invest, we save 10 down the road. So it really is an important equation to think about. And when the government may talk about this as being a spend, I would argue it's an investment. It's actually an insurance policy for the future and our communities. It would go to assisting local government to fund adaptation and help spur private capital investment in the sector, because public money alone will not solve this challenge. It should be spent across the economy and facilitated by an independent authority established by legislation that could implement a national adaptation plan. And that would need frequent review and assessment. So today, around the room, we've got leaders, experts, communities that are all here in a hope to better understand how we prepare for a changing climate. In terms of the agenda, I'm hoping we're going to explore the true costs of climate impacts. And I have UNSW academic Tim Neal to talk about his work. Then I want to look to the community and local government experiences with Amy Crawford, and I've got to apologise, Amy, your name tag is not there, from the Australian Local Government Association, Emma Bacon from Sweltering Cities, and Glorinda Andre from Live and Learn Vanuatu, sharing stories of resilience and adaptation from diverse communities, but also the very real cost. This is not a problem for the future, it is a problem for now. We will hear about the role of government, with Matt Keane joining us by video link to discuss the role of the Climate Change Authority in climate adaptation and resilience, the role of nature and biodiversity in shaping our adaptation measures, with Nicole Forrester from WWF and Jazz Chambers from Oceans Decade. And then the question of how we pay for that adaptation required, the role of the private sector investment. And we have Fergus Pitt from the International Group of Climate Change, IGCC, and Duncan Shepherd from ICA. So it is a big list and lots to talk about. And finally, fiscal policy opportunity. We've got Alison Reeve from the Grattan Institute, Rod Sims from Superpower Institute, Richard Dennis from the Australian Institute, and others like Dr. Emma Esbet here, who will be coming, to talk about what are the levers policy can do to change, to talk about how do we pay for that 0.25% of GDP investment in our safety. So I hope through this session we can build a picture of what national preparedness looks like. We know the Australian continent is heavily exposed. The National Climate Risk Assessments really painted a dire and grim picture, but we haven't really seen a response to that picture that is proportionate to the risk. And that is what I want to really start to pressure and build social licence and consensus around. Overwhelmingly, we can't keep asking ordinary Australians and communities to rebuild after every disaster without giving them the means to prepare and be more resilient. Today's conversation is about building that shared national agenda for resilience that matches the scale of risks our community faces. I hope we're going to find some common ground. I'm sure we will. We'll build social licence for government to act on these expert-led solutions on climate adaptation and resilience. Now, of course, everyone in this room, it goes without saying that we want to mitigate the problem as much as possible, first and foremost. That emissions reduction is the number one on the agenda. But after too many years of delay, too many years of procrastinating, and still ambition that is not always fast enough, we have to do the other piece of the puzzle, which is the adaptation and resilience. So I'm really looking forward to today. I want to thank my parliamentary colleague, especially Nicolette Buller, who's here. We are very committed to bringing solutions to the government, to the parliament. But Without further ado, I wanted to introduce Timothy Neal from UNSW to talk about the economic costs of climate change.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the introduction, and it's a privilege to be here talking to you this morning. I have slides. I don't know if they're going to appear at some point. Thank you very much, but that's okay. So I'm a researcher in economics. I've done a number of things in my career thus far, but something that I've become really interested in the last few years is this question that's in the program, which is, what is the real cost of climate inaction on climate change? Next slide, please. Because you hear so much about what are the costs of action on climate change, how expensive it'll be to transition the energy industry, how expensive it'll be to decarbonize agriculture, but much less on what the costs of inaction actually are. What are we doing it for? And to some extent it makes sense, because the costs of action are occurred soon, it's occurred locally by the government that's implementing them, and it's much clearer, whereas the costs of inaction much further away, less known, but potentially extremely important. And economists have been trying to answer this question for a few decades now, and it's not an easy one to answer, of course, because it involves forecasting decades into the future, and the economic costs of inaction subsume many individual physical risks, such as risks to labour productivity, to agricultural production, to asset destruction or depreciation, and there are many more. So economists that have tried to answer this question, the existent studies thus far, by and large predict very middling macroeconomic impacts from even severe warming scenarios of 3 degrees or more by 2100. And these range from about -5% to -20% damage by 2100. Now, of course, -20%, that is a meaningful figure, but this is an amount that will be dwarfed by future technological progress, most likely. And so it kind of leads this idea, there's this very strong contrast with the types of warnings you get from the climate sciences and what the economic models are saying. And if you put these forecasts into a cost-benefit analysis in economics, what it will tell you is that the optimal amount of climate change we should allow is about 2.7 degrees warming, which coincidentally is exactly where we're headed under currently implemented policies on emissions reduction. So this economic modelling has encouraged complacency in decarbonisation, sluggishness, and the presumptions in it that are in it have kind of, you see often. For instance, most recent example is Bill Gates wrote a blog post in this last week, and one of the things that he wrote was that, or implied rather, was that warming of between 2 to 3 degrees Celsius will not be a primary driver of poverty or health problems in developing countries in the coming decades. So how does he know this? What is the evidence base for this broad conclusion that comes out of economics? This is the topic I was interested in. These are the questions I was asking. Next question, please. Sorry, next slide, please. So I know I don't have very long, but let me indulge me and let me tell you about how they come up with these forecasts in very simple terms. So what economists usually do is they run regressions, or they collect a lot of data on economic growth and weather conditions in the past across the whole world, and they estimate a function which relates G, economic growth, to be some function of weather, capital W, in that function there. And the core idea is intuitive when you think about it for only a moment, which is that if we want to learn how climate change will affect Australia's economic growth in the future, let's look at, in the past, times where we have had bad weather, or there's been bad weather in other countries in the world, and look at how that's affected economic growth in the past. It's an intuitive idea, but there's a very fundamental problem here, which is that GDP growth relies fundamentally on global supply chains. It's a highly globalized world. Most major commodities are very heavily traded between countries. And over the historical period, we have what is relatively a stable climate. So in any given year, you have countries that experience good weather and countries that experience bad weather. The countries that experience bad weather, the unlucky ones in any given point in time, they may face problems in agricultural production, which would otherwise lead to starvation in their population. But because of international trade, they can import food from countries that are experiencing good weather at the exact same time. And so you can see how international trade, or globalization, has actually, one of the major purposes of it is to be a very major force to help economies insulate themselves from the shock of local weather events. And we see a great example of this in Australia. So in the later 2010s, there was a drought in eastern Australia, a very horrible one, of course, that lasted a few years. Grain production halved, or more than halved, for several years, and actually fell below consumption levels for grain in the eastern states, which is quite remarkable because we're a major grain producer. So what happened? Was there rationing of food? Was there huge queues at the supermarket where instead of working, people would line up for 6 hours to get their daily allotment for food at Woolies or Coles? No, of course not. We could rely on the fact that WA was not experiencing as bad a drought, other countries were not experiencing as bad a drought, and we could actually import grain to shore up any shortfalls. And because of the magic of globalization, we could do that for roughly the same price as we would have paid at the supermarket if we grew it all locally. So we didn't experience food price increases, food insecurity, even though grain production more than halved. However, then you fast forward to the post-COVID years, and we see the exact opposite. Rainfall was abundant in Australia, too abundant really. Grain production soared. We were exporting much of our grain production again. And yet, even though local conditions were remarkably good for Australian agriculture, the price we were paying at the supermarket grew significantly. And the answer, of course, is because global conditions, on average, were bad post-COVID. And you had Russia invading Ukraine, and you had post-COVID supply issues, and so on and so forth. And so what I'm really trying to show you is that what really matters for understanding future economic conditions for Australia is global conditions, not simply the local ones. And that's what these types of economic models have ignored. So I published a paper earlier this year, but there's also two economists from the Ivy League in the US that also published a paper making a similar point, which is that when you add global weather conditions to these economic models and allow the data to tell us what is relevant for explaining economic growth locally, the model projections for future warming scenarios become drastically worse. So if you move to the next slide, please. I'm just going to show you some very quick examples. So I don't have time to go through what these models are, but this is a model that was proposed in the journal Nature, a paper in the journal Nature in 2015, very highly influential in public policy development and economic cost-benefit analysis. The blue line that you see is what the model predicts without global weather from now until 2100. On the y-axis, we have damage to GDP in percentage point terms from inaction on climate change. This is a severe scenario versus a fast decarbonisation scenario. And so you see the green line, when you add in global weather to the model, it becomes drastically more pessimistic. Now, this model as a whole is very pessimistic about what could happen to the future economy under severe warming. But if we move to the next slide, please. Here's another example from a much more recent Nature paper showing predictions of about negative 45% of GDP per capita in 2100 from inaction. And if you move to the next slide, please. Here's another example from a paper that proposes a model that is actually extremely optimistic about how quickly we're going to be able to adapt to a changing climate. But even in an extremely optimistic model that makes very strong assumptions about our adaptation capacity, even there, when you add in global weather to these models, the predictions become drastically worse. So next slide, please. And what this is also relevant for is not just the average across the world, the average damage across the world, but also the distribution of impacts. So here you see a map. On the left-hand side is what an economic model would predict will happen to the world in 2100 from inaction, according to the Burke and co-authors model in 2015. And this is quite representative of the types of results that you see in economic models to date. And one of the main conclusions you draw from this graph is that climate change will be quite bad for countries in the southern hemisphere that start out warm, but countries that are starting out quite cool are relatively unaffected or could even benefit from climate change. And again, this is an intuitive idea when you only think about it for 5 seconds, which is that when you start out cold and you have global warming, you could perhaps actually be in a climate that is conducive to economic output, not harmful to it. And I would argue that this has led to complacency in much of the developed world and has led to this idea in some areas that climate change could almost be seen as just an altruistic or moral issue and not one about self-interest, whereas in truth, I think it's both. So the map on the right is what you see when you add global weather to the model and re-estimate it on the historical data. You see still that some countries are less affected than others. That, of course, is going to happen, but everyone is bad off. everyone is very badly affected, and we're kind of all in the same boat, is the message now from the revised economic models. Again, not just from my own research, but complementary research from the US that's also coming out soon in a journal. Next slide, please. So what are the costs of inaction on climate change? This is a highly speculative exercise, of course, because you're predicting out decades into the future. If what we tried to do in this paper is to make the economic models one step closer to reality by amending this very basic oversight about how local economic growth in the future is not simply a function of how local weather conditions will change. The damage to world GDP in 2100 under severe warming increases from, on average, 11% across the models to 40% across the models. And if you were to take these revised forecasts and put them into a cost-benefit analysis of decarbonisation pathways, the optimal amount of climate change goes down from 2.7 degrees, which is where we're headed, to 1.7 degrees. This is a huge change because this is now highly consistent with the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. There's now economic models that will support that this is actually welfare optimal, even when you're discounting future welfare quite heavily, which these cost-benefit analysis models do. But even though we've tried to take it a step in the right direction, there remains very huge uncertainty, both between models and how they're set up, and also within models. And fundamentally, there is going to be a huge amount that we will never know. So on the graph on the right, what I've tried to depict to you is very simply, on the x-axis you have the amount of global warming, and on the y-axis you have average economic damage to countries. Now, you have historical variation in the data that you can observe, and that goes from 0 to roughly 1.2, or above 1.2 when you consider that there's random noise in global average temperature every year. But that historical variation that we can observe is dwarfed by the shift in the distribution that will occur under significant future warming scenarios. So we can, if economists do everything right, we can, in principle, identify the shape of this curve in the blue line, the amount of warming that we can already observe. But to try to understand what will happen in the future, we have to make very strong assumptions about how this blue line will be extended when we go forward into future warming conditions, which is entirely unprecedented in our observed history, at least. And there is no way to do this convincingly or plausibly. And of course, economists, it's an important question, and economists have to come up with their best guess possible, and they do that. But there is no way to know if the red dashed line or the green dashed line will actually result. There is a huge amount of uncertainty about what the costs of inaction are, but what the data tells us is that it is likely it will be very bad. And this is when the conversation comes to risk. You know, what should we do? How do we manage that risk? Obviously, I mean, you know, I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but mitigating climate change is the most effective way to mitigate that risk. But it's interesting to me how, if you were to survey a person individually about what they think about their risk preferences, almost everyone will tell you that they're risk averse at an individual level. But we've come to a place in the world where, as a society, we're very risk-seeking, it seems, in our behaviour. And I'm hoping that pushing the economic models in the right direction and doing much more realistic cost-benefit analysis of decarbonisation pathways by addressing this other side of the equation of what are the costs of inaction, what are we mitigating climate change for, will help push the conversation further. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, sobering. Thank you, Tim. I think it's really important to understand that. I should clarify for everyone, when we are briefed on ambitions in relation to national determined contributions, in relation to the government's ambition and our pathways of emissions reduction, it is always done on the basis of a society and economic cost-benefit analysis. And so we have to start talking about the underpinning assumptions that go into those equations to challenge the outcome of the results. Now, we're a little bit over time, but we'll manage. My next speaker is Amy Crawford, the CEO of Australian Local Government Association. Amy,
Wonderful. And thank you so much, Zali, for bringing us all here together to talk about the important needs of adaptation. And in a local government perspective, we are really talking about adaptation at that place-based level. I do have some slides. I'm not sure if the tech team have that up and running. while they get that up and running, setting the context, of course, in this room, we all know that adaptation needs to occur at that place-based level because we are no longer talking state boundaries when it comes to policy making. The north of Queensland can be very different to the southeast of Queensland. Southeast Queensland can be very different to inland New South Wales that's dealing with different issues. So we consider that local government is very well placed to take on this challenge in terms of how it is set up within the system of government of Australia. We have localised areas, democratically elected people in place, governance systems all ready to roll. The only thing we really do lack is funding. And we did some work recently at ALGA to show that this governance system is working and looking to those future adaptation needs. So my speech today will be looking at how much we are already spending. We've done some analysis on how much that is already saving in future costs to Australia as a whole. And therefore, as Timothy has pointed out, under the current modelling that's going forward, how much more local government will need to step up into that space. We put together, it'll come up shortly, that's okay. I've got a prop here. What's life without a prop? So I do have a prop here. Thank you so much. If you scroll to the next slide, this is ALGA's Adapting Together report. So we've put together a report about local government leadership in a changing climate. My sneaky reason for bringing a slideshow today is to put that QR code up in the far right-hand corner for you. So I would very much encourage you all, please do take a snapshot of that. Take that report back to your organisations because it has some very valuable information in there. And what we've done is put information in this report not just about the funding ask, we have put in information in there about what local government is already doing. This is already on their radar. Next slide, thank you. And the QR code stays there the whole time. I know my crowd. So local government is adapting to our changing climate. On a conservative estimate of current spend, we are saving 0.8 of a dollar to $3.1 per $1 investment. That's right now. That's of the $400 million each year that across Australian local governments are already putting into adaptive measures. So I'm talking urban greening, making sure in Darwin there's canopy coverage happening. In Hobart they put together a resilience plan to help neighbours understand how to move each other out of spaces when bushfires were coming. I'm talking about flood levies across areas like Lismore. So local governments are seeing this in their plans. Most local governments have this in their governance plans. They know what needs to be done, but they're finding it hard to get the money. Next slide, thank you. So right here we did some really in-depth case studies to show that economic benefit, 5 deep case studies in terms of our analysis, and we did a larger scale quantitative study as well, which is outlined in the report. What we've looked at here are the different typologies that happen across the nature. We tried to capture from across our beautiful country. We've looked at urban cooling, we looked at flood management, this in the Lockyer Valley, a really important concept of buyback schemes, where our person from the Lockyer Valley, a councillor, pointed out the psychological safety to her staff of not having to ring people in harm's way and tell them to get out of that flash flood during times of crisis, because those people are not there. So psychological benefit coming through, neighbour to neighbour in bushfire resilience, coastal hazard management. Many of our councils are on that eastern coastal border, all around Australia on the coastal, and they're having difficulty in finding that funding to do the retreat, thinking about coastal retreat. We have a live case right now. Our South Australian councils are picking up the tab, the algal bloom. So things that are becoming more and more frequent impacts on our councils. Next slide, thank you. So what are we looking for? We're looking for secure, ongoing funding for councils, as has been indicated by Zali in their funding ask. The idea of giving them the ability to not live hand to mouth, grant to grant. They come once a year. You don't know if you're going to win it or not. You're competing against your neighbour in the beauty pageant. what we're looking for is long-term funding that can be put forward into their budgets, because we all know that adaptation is about bringing your community on board as well. And how can you talk to your community about what you need to change and how you're going to do it if you don't have funding certainty across your forwards? So we're looking for untied, formula-based funding to go to our councils so they can have these serious conversations, look to what's already in their strategic plans and actually put that into their program of works. We want this to be clear because we know that councils understand their communities, they're elected by their communities, and they have a lot of the physical infrastructure that looks after their communities. I'm talking everything from fantastic bus shelters to keep people cool as they're waiting for that transport, through to cool climate refuge in places like libraries. Next slide, thank you. So we really want to see a typology of Australian local government adaptation actions, so the ability to help our councils group together and understand the common challenges, a typology of Australia approach, for example, coastal erosion as a typology, and then those councils can have assistance in terms of very particular problems that they'll be facing. We would love to see the role of local government acknowledged into Australian government programs and state programs. We appreciate we're a creature of the Constitution and we do work through our state governments. We would love to make sure that that really strong role of place-based local government is recognised in Australian government programs. We think there's also benefit in continuing analysis of what this foundation input is doing and changing to Australia's global, national economic returns. Next page, thank you. I won't go through these ones. Sorry, I did add them on there because this is about how we went about the approach. But that was the beauty of having the QR code for those who have already snapped it. The really key message here is that local government stands ready to assist in this place-based implementation. There is another parallel message happening here for the local government sector that you may not know about. Many of our smaller, particularly regional and remote councils, are under financial distress. So yes, they do receive money through rates, but some states like Victoria and New South Wales rate cap them. Yes, they do receive funding through their state governments, and we receive a foundation grant from the federal government called Financial Assistance Grants, which provides them a foundation payment for their operations. This has been eroded by the ultimate cost shift that is happening from the pressure of actions that are being caused by our changing climate. So many of our councils are becoming financially unsustainable, and yet we're leaning on them to do so much more. So our big ask is to have the federal government look to that large payment, the financial assistance grant payment, bringing that up to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. It currently sits at 0.5% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. That's talking about another $3.5 billion per year to councils, and that does go on a formula-based funding for them to do operational works. So I'm not talking nice shiny things you can cut a ribbon on. I'm talking about funding the environmental officer in the council, the community officer, the person who can do the work required for what Timothy has outlined, some pretty severe thinking coming our way. So we're talking about a lift in the financial capacity for councils, and we're talking about standalone, untied formula-based funds for councils. At the moment, we're asking for $400 million per year to help them do the longer-term planning, to help them lift and start to tick those things on their strategies that they know their communities need. So we stand ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. We've got a few more people here that I think can contribute to this conversation around that, and I do like that place-based implementation and adaptation. I've got Alison Scotland from the Australian Sustainable Built Environment Council, and I've moved everyone around, so that's why. Alison, did you have any thoughts around that, the place-based aspect?
Well, at Professor Barbara Norman across the room. From a place-based point of view, that was integrated into Australia's national urban policy that was released almost a year ago now. We're looking forward to actually getting to the implementation side, but very much wonderfully the process brought in that place-based element, because we recognise that Australia is very, very varied. We've got, depending on which authority you have, it might be 69 climate zones or 6 if you speak to the Australian Building Codes Board. But the responses and the preparation will vary depending on which climate zone you're in, and who better placed to do that it's local government. But again, you know, from a place-based point of view, bringing in the views of the community, bringing in the views of First Nations, incredibly important, because they're the ones that have that fundamental knowledge of the natural environment that these communities are in. So strongly supportive of that. And from a mechanism point of view, I think the opportunity potentially lies in how we choose to implement Australia's national urban policy.
Thank you. And actually, well, Chase Sai, Green Building Council next year, obviously what we build matters. I've had this conversation with the government a bit and the Minister with some concerns about the freezing of the building code. From the Green Building Council's perspective.
Yes, and that's absolutely the point. We have the code, and unfortunately it's become a bit of a political football in recent times, but the 2025 code was finalised this month. We want resilience to be included in the code. We've been pushing for it. You know, it's not just about the buildings itself, but it's the future readiness as well. And also we look beyond buildings as well. So what does the community look like? You know, how do you create a resilient community, the flow of people, how do they cope with emergency? So, you know, it is our home, it is our shelter, and you know, our focus now is for the next code review and how do we make sure that resilience is part of it.
Thank you. And actually, Jeremy Gill from the Committee of Sydney, is here, looking at from our major cities. So we've seen some events of late where major cities, trains underwater and, you know, passengers with their feet in the water. So what from the committee for Sydney, but also the Committee of Major Cities in Australia, the focus on adaptation?
It is absolutely essential, and I think the conversation around local government playing a really key role in that can't be overstated. But the point made about the lack of funding is significant. I mean, I think you talked, about $400 million a year as an ask. I mean, the storm that hit Brisbane earlier this week, I think that the insurance bill there is expected to be $200 million from one night's damage. Yeah, and so the scale of cost that we have across our cities, where 70% of economic activity, 66% of Australia's population live, is significant. And so the considerations we have about where we put housing, the considerations about how we future-proof transport really needs to be part of the consideration, because there is a huge amount of funding at a federal level. But we need to be intentional about the sort of targets and expectations we expect when we deliver that, because there is a risk that when we run towards hitting housing targets, which are extremely important, but if our only KPIs are speed and dwellings completed, there's a risk that we put more people into harm's way. And also just shift that cost to them through insurance premiums or a lack of insurance, and then ultimately shift it back onto government to clean up as an insurer of last resort. And so I think 97% of expenditure around climate adaptation is in the recovery phase, 3% is in mitigation. We really need to shift that. And I think the one point I'll make as well, that from a point earlier, is around the cost-benefit analysis is so important. But I think at a state and a federal level, how do we quantify those costs and benefits needs to be really considered, because there is a very narrow financial view of how things are done through a Treasury lens. And even in New South Wales, where that is pretty progressed in trying to understand some of the costs and impacts of flood risk, for one example, the mechanisms to quantify it just don't stack up. It makes it very hard to apply. And so giving councils and state governments the ability to have a more nuanced look at costs and benefits, and then able to monetise their natural capital so that they can then leverage that for raising revenue against that. There's a big financial conversation to give greater capacity and agency, I think, to local councils, who are the ones who are on the front lines. And one of the biggest things that the federal government can do is fund that.
And thank you, Jeremy. From cyclone tracking, I've actually got, we met at a function, Dr. Jeff Boughton, from Cyclone Tracking Station. Obviously, a great fear is events like cyclones make major damage. We saw ex-cyclone Alfred just before the election was downgraded, but just the 1 week of event was a huge cost. Jeff, do you want to add to some comments about that, I guess, the cost of impact locally?
Yeah, and really with Alfred, we dodged a bullet. If it hadn't died and become an ex-tropical cyclone, the results would have been absolutely catastrophic. We'd have been talking about hundreds of thousands of buildings having lost their roofs and hundreds of thousands of people homeless. It would have made the evacuation of Darwin look like a trial run. So it would have been a really major impact on Australia. I cannot overemphasise how close we came to suffering some really significant costs. In thinking about buildings, we talk about resilience, but resilience effectively means the speed with which you can return a building to functionality. And we rely on buildings. Our communities rely on schools, hospitals, a whole bunch of buildings, shops. If they're not functioning, then the community can't function. So that in putting together resilient buildings, we're addressing the speed with which they can be returned to function after something bad had happened. We don't have to wait for the National Construction Code to catch up to that. Every building is built with a design brief. If that design brief includes resilience as part of the design brief, we can get ahead of the code and build buildings that are going to be able to respond to these kind of events. And the last thing I want to mention is maintenance. We all know we've got to maintain our cars, and we do, but we rarely maintain our buildings. And if there's pressure on costs, that's the first thing that is forgotten. So if we don't maintain our buildings, we are having a building that is becoming less and less resilient every year. So maintenance is really important to keeping buildings resilient, and it's a really great key to improving the resilience. While you've got people working on the building, why not get them adding some resilience in while they're doing ordinary maintenance?
Thank you. I think also I was going to go to Andrew Dyer of IAG, impacts on the built environment and the effects on insurance, because we know we're going to touch on this a bit more later around we can't insure our way out of this crisis. But obviously every time an event hits a local government area, the community is hit, the insurance or status of insurance becomes very relevant, but also local governments have to insure their public assets. So it's really... I've lost track of where Andrew is.
I'm hiding.
Sorry.
No, it's absolutely right. Look, we as insurers, there's a couple of us here, Amber next to me, and Duncan from the Insurance Council at the back. We do absolutely, we're the thin end of the wedge in feeling the increasing frequency and severity of climate risk. And this is not new to us. Insurers have been talking about climate risk for 20, 30, 40 years. I guess our concern in our latest research, look, I've got a prop too. Latest research, Severe Weather in a Changing Climate, 3rd edition, out Monday, thank you. Our concern, really, the research highlights is the inequitable nature of the impact of severe weather on communities. Really what we're talking about here is adaptation in the built environment does require significant investment, and that's what we've spoken about here, but also requires some level of bravery in targeting that investment in a real needs-based way. And where that investment around adaptation is not going to get us there, we really need to have those hard conversations about places, communities which are potentially requiring relocation.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll have more discussion opportunities later. Dr. Sophie Scoms, parliamentary colleague, has joined us. Thank you. If there's any questions from my parliamentarian colleagues,
I have one quick one.
Go for it.
Just to Amy. You talked that the big solution is money. To what extent that would help with the staff who are in the ops roles, but to what extent is it important to capacitate the elected officials who may sometimes be the block rather than the passage, if you like, towards preparedness and the allocation of resources?
Well, it's a great question because it comes down to democracy. That's right. So that's a question built on an assumption that communities don't want to see change. And so the people in power are the people who are to represent their community's views. And what I'm seeing across all of our local governments is a willingness to see that emergency management, response and recovery. I do not see any local government elected official blocking emergency response and recovery. It is too much on our budgets now to ignore, and they live the dream of pushing the mud out of their own council chambers sometimes. So yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I see there's a real shift in looking at the idea of adaptation as well in having us prepared. But it's a great question.
thank you. So I'll go now to community experiences. We've got Emma Bacon, the CEO of Sweltering Cities, to talk about climate resilience and adaptation in our cities, which I know Jeremy touched on a little, but...
Hi everyone, I'm from Sweltering Cities. Sweltering Cities is the national community voice for heat safety. We work with communities across the country in hot homes, hot suburbs, hot workplaces, hot streets, hot towns, more and more. Cities is becoming a slightly problematic part of our name. But if I was here a few months ago, I probably would have started this presentation talking about the big statistics around heat deaths. But I think that that's not required anymore today. I think that people know from the National Climate Risk Assessment, from the Lancet Countdown, from other things, that the scale of heat deaths in Australia will be catastrophic. And the people who are most at risk are the people who are put at risk because of the housing crisis, because of poverty and inequality, and the cost of living crisis, because they experience discrimination, because they don't have safe and secure work, and because they experience violence. Heat risk is fundamentally driven by structural inequality. And I think people are getting more familiar with those big statistics around deaths, and that is a big thing for us to absorb and listen to. But what we do is we speak to thousands and thousands of community members across the country who tell us what that means in their lives. And I hope that, if I'm sharing today, what you can go away with is next time you're thinking about those big statistics or you read in the newspaper, you are also thinking about the community stories. Because you would be shocked about how many people I hear from every week who are dreading the summer. This is no longer a country where people say, oh, let's go to the beach, I can't wait for summer. People are dreading what it would be like at their home, at work, and worried about their families. A few months ago, I spoke to a woman called Hala. She lives in a hot suburb in one of our capital cities. She has 2 kids under 5, and she came from Pakistan about 10 years ago. She's a single mum living in a low-quality, low-energy efficiency rental. And what she said to me was that it gets to midnight, her home is baking hot. She has 3 Kmart fans. She's got both her kids in her bedroom. Everyone's got a Kmart fan pointed at them. This is all she can afford. She writes emails to her landlord in the middle of the night saying, I need air conditioning. I'm so worried about my children, as she watches them toss and turn. And then she wakes up in the morning and she deletes the email because she knows that there's nothing to be done and the landlord doesn't need to put in this air conditioning. We work with organisations like Wellsprings for Women, who are a community centre that do peer-led support and outreach around family violence, especially with recently arrived migrants. They can see the impact of heat on their community. They can see, and we know statistically, that family and domestic violence goes up with heat. But it's these community organisations that are directly facing this head-on, training their staff, listening to their staff, thinking about how you access people to support them when during a heatwave they're more likely to be trapped inside their house with the perpetrators. It is these community organisations that are leading the pointy end of this work. We hear stories from people in WA who say that they are standing in the grocery store wondering, can I afford medication? Can I pay my electricity bill? Or can I buy fruit and vegetables? These are the stories across the country in every place we're working. So the question is, what do we need to do about it? Firstly, We need investment and policy change at a federal level. Right now, the responsibility for heat risk is being pushed down onto communities, onto local government, onto volunteers and organisations, onto people who, are trying to decide whether they can safely go to work and make it home. This is the problem we're facing. We need to have a huge level of federal funding, we're talking about, which is fantastic to hear that we've got momentum on that here in this room. And what that should look like is investment in community-facing and community-led organisations, including local government. Like Amy's presentation today, I just got to say, is so fantastic, and we really support local government in this leadership. And it's backed up by thousands and thousands of stories of projects and council staff and individuals who are doing really amazing climate resilience, climate adaptation leadership in their community. Only this week, I heard from Glen Eira Council, which is in Melbourne, and they were saying they've just passed their new climate safety plan, which includes direct consultation with the Wurundjeri people, with elders on country that went into the climate safety plan. This is what local government is doing, and it has to be resourced. We also need to be funding those community organisations. Again, just this week, I was in Broadmeadows, which is better known in the mainstream media for youth crime, but there's got an incredible community organisation there that are doing heat climate resilience work. They are doing youth climate leadership. They are cooling their area. They are doing public housing outreach, and they are doing it on bit-by-bit project funding that keeps on running out, and they have to roll down projects. We need to make this consistent, because this is where the really great work is happening. And I could share more stories from Mount Druitt, from Logan. We've mentioned Cyclone Alfred. I know that, when Cyclone Alfred's coming, we've got multicultural community leaders that had phone calls with 200 other people from different multicultural communities talking about what communication they needed to get right into their communities, and they were the best people to be getting it there. This is unfunded work. So I think that that's one thing we really need to do. We get money directly into community-facing, community-led organisations. We need to make sure we have safe work and everyone makes it home safe. I think that, often when we think about heat, the first thing people say to me is oh, this is construction workers, people who work outside. But it isn't. This needs to be a consistent standard across every type of workplace. We've done work in Townsville and community workshops where you've got people from the electrical trade unions who work for Energy Queensland who are saying, they are talking about shifting their work hours from 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning so that they can work in safe hours in Townsville in the summer. They're protecting the energy wires, they're chopping down branches. They're saying that they take off the rubber gloves afterwards and they can pour sweat out. But at the same time at this workshop, we had young social workers saying that they're taking kids out of their homes to leave the house for the day, get that support. There's one good library. They have to catch the bus there. So they're spending hours and hours a day. This is the only place to go. So you've got social workers and you've got tradies who are all saying we all need heat protections at work. That's extremely important. We need safe housing. We've talked a little bit about building codes. We need to be building for the future, not the past. I think other people here can talk about exactly what that looks like. But it's really clear that cheaply built housing does not make for affordable living, and the costs of deregulation will be felt in our health, in our environment, in our climate, and our communities. This is who will pay for it. We also need to be investing in the healthcare system. That's everything from GPs and community health all the way to funding the National Climate and Heat Strategy. The 4 things I've just mentioned are really at the heart of the Climate Safety Plan, which is going to be released by Renew Australia for All next week. I don't think I'm allowed to give you any more information about that, but I can tell you that next week 80 organisations from across the country, including quite a few in this room, are going to be launching a really detailed plan with more information, and that leadership is coming again directly from the community and from people impacted. So that's the first thing, investment and policy shifts. And just, I think to end, something I really wanted to mention is this isn't just about climate business. We need to mainstream adaptation across every jurisdiction, across every agency, because what we've got at the moment is the investments are being undermined by a failure of other agencies to consider climate adaptation and resilience in their work. So we need to make sure climate adaptation is everyone's business. We are doing work trying to convince the federal government to stop cutting off people's Centrelink payments during extreme heat waves. They don't cut them off during fires, floods, storms, but they do cut them off during deadly heat waves, even though the people on those payments are some of the most vulnerable to heat. This is who will die. But when we approach a Department of Employment, they say, this isn't our problem, we don't need to think about climate change. We need to mainstream climate adaptation so we are not undermining the work that we're doing over here trying to adapt to climate change. And I think finally, we just need to be really aware of the risks of maladaptation if we're not doing this well. And what that means is that if we don't do adaptation well, then what we're going to be doing is actually undermining or perpetuating the risk. the international example of this is about air conditioning. If we rely on air conditioning to cool our cities, cool our homes, then that's putting more carbon into atmosphere, because currently, in a lot of places, including Australia, we're using coal and gas. It's extremely fragile. If the power goes out, or if you can't afford to put on the air conditioning, then you might be in a dangerously hot home. We need to be thinking more about how we cool our suburbs, our houses, and passive cooling, in order to make sure that we're not having this maladaptive, Band-Aid response. Cool shelters are another example of something where we say, here's a problem, we have to have a solution. Local government are doing a lot of work in great cool shelters, but fundamentally it's people who are not safe at home because of the decisions at a state and federal level that are having to go and spend hours a day in a shopping centre for weeks at a time over summer. These are Band-Aid solutions. At the moment, we do not have protections to say, if this council over here, if this community centre is opening up a cool shelter, we don't have the legal training so that they're making sure they're not discriminating against people who turn up. We know that people of colour, we know that Aboriginal people, we know that young people, people experiencing homelessness are getting excluded from the spaces that they're seeking relief on hot days. These are maladaptive practices. We need to make sure they're not happening. And finally, just to say, I think sometimes we think of adaptation as a moral thing to do, but I think it is, but it is also essential to create the social, the political and the economic conditions to do everything else we need to do for climate action. Otherwise, the hazards will become more dangerous, the disasters will become more costly, there will be more social division. We need to make sure adaptation is understood across government, again at every level, as something that is the foundation for all other climate action and is prioritised like that. I know I've said some really bleak things in the last few minutes, and that's partly my job, is to tell you about what it feels like to be in a hot home and to be anxious about your child in the middle of the night, to be worried your family and friends aren't going to make it home from work, to be an Uber delivery driver and to say, I can't stop for water, otherwise I'm getting at my star rating takeaway, I won't be able to pay my rent. These are stories, but I've got to say, I have the pleasure of working across the country with so many different communities who are doing amazing climate resilience and adaptation work and incredible leadership. And that I'm deeply optimistic that with funding, we can be doing that structural work that addresses the risks directly, but we also need to make sure that the government is mainstreaming this across every department so we are not exacerbating the risks at the same time. So I'm deeply optimistic about the capacity for us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you're deeply optimistic.
Yeah, you got it.
Now also from Live and Learn Vanuatu, Glorinda Andre, she's the country manager, and she was going to talk to us about strengthening climate resilience in the Pacific, because of course we know our region, our Pacific neighbours are incredibly exposed. So thank you so much for being here. You've by far the one who's come the furthest, but I really appreciate your perspective.
Thank you. Morning. Just to set the scene, this morning I represent the voice of my people through the NGO that we're working with. I work for an organisation called Live and Learn Vanuatu. It's part of a wider Live and Learn network, and we've partnered with WWF Australia. And I'll be sharing a bit of our experiences this morning around some of our solutions that we've been doing, taking our communities, building their resilience, and getting them adapting to the different climate events that they are experiencing at the moment. I'll just speak from what's on my screen this morning. So as a Pacific woman leader, I can tell you that the effects of climate change are already experienced by our Pacific people as well. You've heard it many times. This is already happening in our communities, and it's not a forecast. More disasters, cyclones, storms. We lose our houses, graveyards, through coastal erosion. Not all our previous crops are able to adapt to the current climate. More and more droughts, less access to water, clean water, and loss of biodiversity. At the same time, we people from the Pacific, we do have a lot of resources. That's what makes us resilience. We still have a lot of our greenery, and that's what makes us adapt to the climate change. Live and Learn Vanuatu, we've been doing a lot of work, and as part of the resilience work that we're doing is that because we already have resources in terms of food that we have already existed in our different locations, in our different islands. One classical example is that there is, in some places, we had to use local root crops that's already adaptable. We just take it and we replicate it to other parts of our islands, other parts of our communities. So even though there's climate change coming, my message is that we have our some of our crops that are still adapting in this climate situation. So a classical example is a taro. In one of our islands in Santo, we took the taro and we sort of like spread it to other neighboring communities that are losing their taro due to the climate events. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk with you all today and to say that Pacific too need you, not to come and save us, but to come and walk alongside us. That's the key message I want to tell you this morning. It is better for us and less costly for Australia if you support us to build more resilient communities now, rather than responding to disasters later. At my organization, we have been working on climate resilience with our communities since we've established in 2001. In particular, we have been leaders in the area of Indigenous-owned forest carbon, establishing the first projects in the Pacific in 2015 with our very strong partner in the Pacific, born out of Live and Learn as well, called the NACAO program. These projects build resilience of the communities we work with and also mitigate climate change by preventing emissions. In Fiji and the Solomon Islands, these are projects where NACAO and Live and Learn work with communities to prevent deforestation from commercial logging. In Vanuatu, we have been working on preventing deforestation from agriculture at our successful Loru Forest project. The Loru Forest Carbon Project is one of our successful nature-based stories. The project supports Indigenous people to manage and protect hundreds of hectares of forest in return for carbon income. The Loru story is an example of benefits for conservation, ecosystem services, livelihoods, gender equality, and community governance. Women have been empowered in managing business finances. Children have access to education. Youths have been trained as rangers. Households have purchased rainwater tanks to improve water security in droughts, and slowly they increase dependence of species. Coconut crops, scrub ducks, birds, animals returning to their significant homes, protected, managed under our Vanuatu government's Environment Act. But we don't stand still at Live and Learn Vanuatu. We are always looking to grow and improve. And where we look at forest in Vanuatu now, we see that the biggest threat is invasive species, especially fine meremia. This is why we've developed an innovative new approach, linking carbon markets to invasive species management. At Loru, the rangers have proven that we can regenerate degraded forest and regrow new forest by removing meremia. There is a lot of meremia across Vanuatu, and it takes a lot of work to remove it. But by linking this to the carbon market, we can provide 30 to 50 years of employment for these rangers and benefits for their communities. This could transform these communities and the forest in Vanuatu. We already have plans to expand from 2 sites now to 10 sites in 8 years' time, and eventually 30 sites across the country. One of our reasons for coming to Canberra this week has been to discuss support from the Australian government for this new innovative approach, and particularly to help us scale up. For us at Live and Learn Vanuatu, we work on these projects because we know if you want to protect forests, you need to work with the people who own the forest and live within it. But we also know that when you protect nature, people thrive. This is how nature-based solutions builds climate resilience for communities. Now, for you all preparing to go to COP30, I would like to leave you within a few thoughts. Please take our words and stories and make sure that they are shared at COP to show the world that small-scale indigenous-led carbon projects are working in the Pacific and effective at building resilience and addressing climate resilience. As you consider climate financing and partnerships between Australia and the Pacific, please remember that we want reliable partners who will invest in the climate resilience of our communities and who value investing in nature solutions to ensure our communities thrive. When nature thrives, communities too. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you. Definitely a great initiative with the forestation. I've got Dan Sherrill from the ACTU around the health and safety interchanging fund. Now I've lost track of where anyone is, so
Sure.
Dan.
Hello. And thanks so much. I'm Dan Sherrill. I'm the lead on all things climate and energy at the Australian Council of Trade Unions. We represent 1.8 million workers across Australia. And I just want to say, climate change is a work health and safety emergency. It is an emergency happening in slow motion in our daily lives, but over the course of the next 10, 20, 30 years, nothing will affect worker health, safety, and wages more than climate change as a forcing across the economy. So we've been working, I've had the distinct pleasure of working with Emma, with WWF, with a few other organizations around this table, crafting that climate safety plan, which is going to be our major offering launching next week about how we start closing that adaptation action gap that the Commonwealth itself identified in the National Climate Risk Assessment. You know, again, we don't want to reveal too much here, but it's going to include a lot of the things that have been spoken about at this table. So Amy spoke about $400 million a year for local government. We think that is absolutely essential, and our union representing local government workers, the Australian Services Union, absolutely backs in that ask. Shay spoke about updating the National Construction Code with resilience. This seems like a no-brainer to us, to continue in 2025 building houses that aren't even adapted to our current climate, let alone the climate we're going to have in the 2030s and the 2040s. That is throwing good money after bad, and it is putting those homeowners at risk. And then one other element that this package, I think, has something like 30 policy demands, and we're really trying to put meat on the bones of the government's framework national adaptation plan, which was, we think, a document pointed in the right direction, and that now we have to implement. And there's a lot of detail that needs to be filled in there. And we've got our eyes on the May 26 budget. Like, how can we start acquitting or winning major progress against this huge challenge as soon as next May? And so that's what our campaign is pointed at. An element of that package that I wanted to emphasize from the workers' perspective is our WHS laws in this country. So, Emma, I think you were right in saying it's not worth, most people in this room will be across the National Climate Risk Assessment, maybe also the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change released last week. No, yesterday. What is time? But I think there are a few stats worth repeating there, just to really sit with. National Climate Risk Assessment predicts that we are going to see in Sydney alone a 444 spike in heat deaths on the warming trajectory we're currently on. And now that's the forecast impact. The Lancet Countdown looked at the current impacts. What are we actually seeing right now? And what it found was we are experiencing 980 Australians every year are dying because of heat, are dying prematurely because of heat. And so that means if we're talking about a spike in the 400%, we're talking about thousands of Australians every year that will die just because of heat. Now, if there were thousands of Australians killed by any other forcing, for example, through a national security crisis, through the downing of a plane, through something, an event that was grabbed a headline, that would be one of the major headlines of the year. And yet that's happening every year and is going to get worse. And we haven't really cohered it into a single narrative and into a single challenge that we have to take action on. Likewise, the National Climate Risk Assessment on the warming trajectory we're currently on predicts there will be 45 days, up to 45 days a year, where it is simply too hot to work. The wet bulb globe temperature will mean that if you are working outside or inside in a work environment that already produces high heat, it's a bakery, an industrial laundry facility, it will be, by international standards, dangerous for you to go to work. And yet, we have no provisions for those workers not to go to work and to still get paid. They have to either sacrifice putting food on the table for their families, or they have to put themselves in harm's way of heat stroke, of cardiac arrest, of hospitalization. And again, lo and behold, the Lancet Countdown gives us what we are currently experiencing. Australians lost 175 million labor hours to high heat this year already, which was a 5.4 billion impact in decreased labor productivity on the economy. And if you look at those impacts aggregated out to 2100, again, the National Climate Risk Assessment predicts Australia will lose $4.2 trillion in wealth because of lost labor productivity due to climate change. And that speaks a little bit to the GDP impacts that Dr. Neil was talking about earlier. So this is an emergency. We are next Tuesday bringing a delegation of workers down in Canberra to talk to MPs and talk to the media about these impacts. We have a firefighter who's been fighting bushfires in the ACT for 30 years, who had to come off his vacation in Bateman's Bay to help during the 2019 catastrophe, the Black Summer. We have a home health care worker who is working in unair-conditioned homes, treating patients in their 80s when the indoor temperature in their homes is 42 degrees Celsius. They've tried to bargain just for new uniforms at work. Their current uniforms are absolutely sweltering, made of unbreathable synthetic material. Their employer has been under no obligation to meet that demand because the laws simply don't require it. We'll be bringing a teacher who describes herself as a climate refugee from Rochester, Victoria. Her community has been flooded 3 times, I believe, in the last 15 years, including twice shutting down her school and, forcing families to scramble for months on end, and until the final flood actually invaded her own home, made it essentially uninsurable, and they had to move away. And so they've moved away from their home of 30 years. And our current work health and safety laws don't account for any of this. They don't require employers to take any action, even around the climate impacts we're seeing today, let alone what we're going to see in 5, 10, 15 years. So we think this is a dire need for reform, one of many, again, that we're going to be outlining in the Climate Safety Plan with our eyes dead set on the May 26 budget. We are so far behind the 8 ball. And Australia is arguably the most climate-exposed country in the developed world. So it makes sense from an economic perspective, from a moral perspective, from a national security perspective, to close that adaptation action gap. I think the last thing I'll say, I'm very excited for the revenue conversation around this, and I know Richard will be speaking to that. This is really the key challenge as we see it, the how do you pay for it question. And 2 ideas I want to tease here and maybe we can talk about later. Roll back fossil fuel subsidies and change the Treasury budget costing rules. It makes no sense that right now, if you build, let's say, a $1 million seawall in Australia, that will only ever show up as a $1 million debt to the Commonwealth, even if it prevents $100 million of flood damage liable to the government over the course of the lifespan of the infrastructure. So rationally, that's a $99 million savings to the Commonwealth. But under our current Treasury budget costing rules, that's a $1 million cost to the Australian public. And if that's how we're budgeting over the next 20 years, there's no way we're closing that adaptation gap. There's just no way. We have to start budgeting rationally for what we know is coming. And we're excited to talk about that more today. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. That's a lot of good action items there. Barbara Norman, University of Canberra, as an academic, she's working on urban resilience, worked with councils and communities after the Black Summer fires. In fact, has lived experience of losing a home in fires.
Thank you. I'm actually an emeritus professor now, so I have much more free time, sort of. I'm quite busy, really, and honorary professor with ANU as well. So my background, sustainable cities, coastal planning and climate change adaptation over many years. Alison, thank you. I chaired the National Urban Policy Forum, advising Minister Catherine King until recently, and then Jenny McAllister, now Claire O'Neill. So I had 3 ministers for cities, quite a short time. I just want to take the opportunity to reinforce the point Alison made. We have a new national urban policy. You can be forgiven if you haven't heard of it, but it's there. It's very triple bottom line, has climate change all through it, and the Prime Minister signed it off last November. So I think it's something to be really welcomed, and I would really encourage you to look at it and use it, and use it as a platform to strengthen some of your arguments. Just a couple of comments from me. I'm not quite sure which theme I'm speaking to, but I can speak. Certainly Malakuta, I was personally involved in that. Family property, family home, over many, many years. Mud brick. Normally mud brick sustains fire, but in Malakuta they just disintegrated. There was nothing left. And the intensity of the fire there was such that regrowth was really quite impossible, and still is actually in parts, because all the seed below ground was scorched as well, to quite a depth, as well as the vegetation above. Just on Malakuta, so several years on, I would say maybe 30 out of 150 dwellings have been built again. You know, critical lack of skills. Nowhere for workers to live anyway if they're coming to do construction, and just being in the most southeast corner of Australia, a lack of access, and not a high priority. So that community and communities along the south coast generally are still recovering from those fires. And I think we kind of forget. We move on to the next disaster and the next disaster, and that particular community lived through the fires, then flood, then COVID, then flood. I mean, they absolutely got whacked. And of course, that meant the school enrolments went down because families can't wait around. I mean, kids, they've lost their jobs. They had to move to get new jobs. Kids go off to new schools. 3 or 4 years later, oh, maybe we can go back. Well, we won't actually, because the kids don't want to move again, you know, and so there's this decline in population and things start to close, and that's the reality of Malakuta. So just shortly on that. Just on the national urban policy, you think, well, what's that going to do in this country? We are one of the few, if not the only now, OECD countries in the world that does not have a national urban policy, that does not have a strategy of how we're going to grow on current projections from 27 million to 40 million by 2050. That's another Melbourne, another Sydney, another Brisbane and more. How are we going to manage that urban growth? Let's not go into immigration. I totally support migration. Huge benefit to this country. But how we manage it is incredibly important. We can do it sustainably or we can do it unsustainably. But the choice is now. And it is now because we talk about 2050. The houses we build today are the houses of 2050. So this is what we're constructing today. Just a couple of things to finish, because it's only meant to be a quick comment. In terms of implementing the national urban policy, there's 3 things I think should happen. One is that it goes back to National Cabinet, and it was an initiative of National Cabinet, interestingly enough. Don't think that would have happened 5 years ago, but the premiers and chief ministers asked for this. They're not coping with transport, they're not coping with housing, they're not coping with climate change. They want help and they want to work together. So there is a window of opportunity here, but it should go back to National Cabinet. I would like it recognised in all state planning legislation, because that will then bind local government and subnational action, also hold up in courts. So if an authority wants to build in flood-prone land, it cannot by law if we follow that path. At the moment, it's still continuing. If you did an audit across this country right now, you will see there is continuing building in flood-prone land and on coastal edges and in bushfire risk areas, and it has to stop. The second point is that, just to finish, is there's a bit of a bashing of planning right now in the press. Cut the red tape, cut planning, blah, blah, blah. Let's stop that language. Let's talk about, yes, streamlining development control, removing duplication, efficiencies, absolutely. But let's invest more in planning in terms of forward planning, strategic planning, regional planning, where we all have to work together and build climate resilience into that as a matter of priority. Then I think we can start to plan for the future, and we can start to both mitigate emissions, reduce emissions, sorry, and adapt to the impacts of climate change. So thank you.
Thank you. Good voice to be having directly to the ministers and the government. I'm just mindful of time because we've got Matt's going to zoom in at 40. So I'm just going to go. Dr. Sibel Day, Doctors for the Environment, Health Impacts, actually came to brief parliamentarians this week. We've touched a little bit in the discussion already on the health impacts, but if you wanted to expand a little bit, also we've talked heat stress and physical, but also the mental aspect and that impact.
Thank you so much. I'm really pleased to be here. I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist in my day job, and I'm here really as part of Doctors for the Environment. This is our report, which anyone who'd like is welcome to. I think the thing that I really want to make sure people understand is that the impacts of climate change on mental health are already here in Australia. So I think people are still under the impression that the main impact of climate change in Australia is our shared, in many cases, concern and distress about it. And that's real, and we need to attend to that too, and also happy to share some resources about that. But actually, as you can see from this report, and as is very clear from the National Climate Risk Assessment, we're already seeing increases in rates of mental illness, of mental disorders, in numbers of people presenting to emergency departments and numbers of people being hospitalised with mental illness due to climate change impacts. These are going to get worse in the future, but they're already here. So back in the early 2000s, when I started, we might get a handful of children and young people, less than, maybe 3 or 4, presenting to our emergency departments at the Children's Hospitals Network in 24 hours with intense suicidal distress. Fast forward that to before the 2019-2020 series of extreme weather events and then COVID, but before that, we'd already gone up to having 24-hour periods where you could have 20. And I've seen that. And I guess so many of my colleagues have. Now, one of the factors, and in fact there's more evidence to back up the link between heat and young people presenting to emergency departments with suicidal distress than there is to back up the link with social media exposure. That's one of the factors, but it's not the only one. And I guess that's the other thing is that, yes, heat is one that's really readily measurable. We know already that 1.8% of Australia's national burden of mental health disorder is accounted for by heat alone. So not concern, distress, disasters, all those other things that also matter, but just heat. And depending on what we do, the amount of people that are being seriously impacted in their mental health by heat is going to go up by a big range, depending on how well we do. But the other thing is that these extreme weather events and the trauma, as we've already heard, go on not just at the time, but for decades. And whereas it was at one stage something that might be once in a lifetime, a child born in 2020 is going to experience between 2 and 7 times as many extreme weather events as their grandparents. And we're already seeing that. We're seeing children and young people who are presenting having recovered after the first extreme weather event in their community with the resources they had, but then they get hit with a second or a third, and then I end up seeing them as a specialist psychiatrist in a tertiary referral centre because things have got to the point where one little boy was, curled up in the fetal position, unable to eat or drink because of the severity of his mental distress from a series of climate-related events. Anyway, I'm sorry, I could talk all day about this, as you can probably hear, and I don't want to only talk about how bad things are, but I just want to make sure people understand this is not just a future problem, and it's actually having impacts on our capacity to deliver mental health care now. So we know that we actually already know the pathways whereby these increased mental disorders, emergency presentations, hospitalisations, they're not something that needs to be discovered. But what we do need to be doing is actually putting in place things that can work to reduce these harms. And we need to actually be connecting the dots. So the things that we're asking for are around having the expertise that's already there. There's lots of people doing amazing things in different parts of the country and overseas, actually bringing that together with mental health and with the health department so that there's planning. For example, simple things like public health prevention. If we include mental health in our heat warning systems, we could potentially prevent significant numbers of people ending up in emergency departments. And these are not necessarily the people you typically think of. We know that, for example, in Western New South Wales, the group that had the most emergency presentations was young men with suicidal distress. And there are so many flow-on effects. So just to get onto the avoided costs issue, we already have big costs that are attributable to climate change impacts in mental health care, but also in people's inability to go to school, go to work, and we're not measuring them. So one of the things we're calling for in terms of the Environmental Protection, the EPBC Act, but also any other opportunity to do this, is for there to be an independent health impact assessment of decisions, including decisions about energy projects. Because if we had an independent health impact assessment of any coal or fossil fuel project and its climate impacts, but it's also the local health impacts of these, for example, if you have a coal-fired power station, if you close it, within 12 months, you have better pregnancy outcomes. So babies' birth weights are healthier, people are less likely to suffer from pregnancy loss, and the babies are healthier that are born. So that's within 12 months of closing a coal-fired power station. And in terms of gas, I could go on, but there are, if we were to measure these things, there's huge avoided costs by not doing that. And in terms of wind and solar, if we were to measure them, we could demonstrate that, in fact, it's a misinformation campaign, that there are health harms from either of those. So that's one aspect. The other thing is getting the message out. I'm so glad to be here because I know that I'm sure everyone in this room is open and genuinely interested in knowing what's going on. But because this is all happening so quickly, many people, even medical practitioners, are not yet aware because there's no training routinely for health professionals on the impacts of climate change, even though the evidence is already there. So we're really calling for that training. That's one of the things that the National Health and Climate Strategy called for, which is great, but it needs to be implemented. And yeah, so there's a host of more things, but I'd really encourage people to come and chat and grab a copy of one of these.
Thank you. Okay, I've got 5 more minutes. So I've got from the Consumer Law Action Centre, Jean Skeet.
Fantastic. Thank you, Zali Steggall, and it's lovely to be here today. I guess from our perspective at the Consumer Action Law Centre, so we provide frontline legal advice to communities across Victoria, and we also support place-based community legal centres like Arc Justice that we have here today to support their workers to provide specialty legal advice in the wake of disasters. So as Emma said, community organisations across the country are playing a really vital role in supporting and preparing communities for the changes that we're seeing. Access to fair and affordable insurance products is a really, really important part of resilient communities, and community legal centres are boosting communities' capacity to understand their insurance rights and risks, as well as supporting communities in the wake of disasters. So in particular, and again, as Emma said, the impacts are most often and acutely felt by the most vulnerable in our societies, and that's where community organisations can really step in. We know that legal need is really driven by vulnerability. It's people who are homeless, without protection, are experiencing other crises in their life that will feel the most acute need. But like local governments, and Amy's just stepped away, but we are trying to support the most vulnerable, but we're doing it with kind of piecemeal project funding or sometimes no funding at all, and just stepping in when we see the gap and the need. And so I'm here today to just really understand more about the actions that are going on more broadly in the climate resilience space and understanding how we can support communities with all of your help, but also to say that sustainable and efficient support for communities can be really driven by recognising that natural disasters are not just a one-off event, but that we need to be investing in communities long-term and sustainably to make sure that there are people there who can really support our communities to respond to events when they happen, but also understand the change that's going to come down the pipeline. So thank you all, and it's lovely to meet you.
Thank you. I'm just going to check in. Have we got 2 more minutes, or is he good to go? Look, I had checked to go to Violet Cully from the AYCC, who were to share youth experiences, because generational equity in this issue is incredibly important. We've heard the impacts in the future. The decisions we're making now are going to have profound impact on young people. So we can come back in a minute. We've just got to do the technicalities. But if you want to start, Violet.
Yeah, that's okay. I think most importantly for young people, like every single fraction of a degree that we can avoid warming makes a huge difference. And the best path to doing that is to stop coal and gas. So for young people, that means a phase out of fossil fuels by 2035. It means ending fossil fuel subsidies, including the $1.9 billion allocated to the Middle Arm gas hub in the Northern Territory. And yeah, I think, Natasha, did you want to add and speak a bit about your experience?
Yeah, I think Emma and Isabel really eloquently summarised the context in which young people are actually growing up. And I really want to emphasise the notion of mental health. I've had climate anxiety since I was 7 or 8, and I'm 21 now. So that's more than half of my life. I've been experiencing climate impacts my entire life as a young person, and we're not really going to know those long-term impacts until we're much older. And so the decisions, and I think, but I want to make it really clear, it's not just the climate impacts that are making young people anxious. It's the lack of evidence-based policy that doesn't exist, and that it doesn't seem like there's an actual real plan to properly mitigate and stop climate change from these impacts being irreversible. That is what makes young people anxious. We know that this is our new normal, and we are adapting in the best ways we can, because young people are also the least resourced to actually be resilient and adapt to these climate impacts. And so I think it's really important to address the elephant in the room, is that young people are not going to have their mental health issues addressed if we don't stop approving new coal and gas projects. And actually, I guess also there's a question of accountability as to who is paying for this adaptation and resilience, and is it going to be the polluters who are actually causing all this damage to our communities to be funding and financing that adaptation and resilience? So that's also a question I have, because young people are really being given the short end of the stick, from that, the National Climate Risk Assessment. This is what we are going to inherit. This is and we shouldn't have to, and this is something that me as a 21-year-old student should not be thinking about now, and should not be pioneering the solutions to, because that's not very just. But yeah, I guess that's the one question I had, is are we going to hold people accountable to the damage they're causing?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm just because we've got a short window of opportunity, and I'm just being told Matt is actually available to come online, who's in charge of tech. And I want to come back to youth perspective, because I think everyone in the room is very focused on the future, but it is really important to hear your voices, not just the concern about your welfare for the future, but the very real impacts. Kat? Beam down?
Can I just backing up what Natasha and Violet have just been saying, I'll stop as soon as the connection happens. So we know that actually seeing leadership on climate action, whether it's stopping fossil fuels but also preparing properly, actually improves people's mental health outcomes. So one of the things would happen actually immediately if there's a major improvement in our national climate action from a government is you would reduce people's distress. So this is a big win that could happen very rapidly.
Okay. The best of plans, always. Technology. Have we got a connection or not? Can we hear him?
I can hear you, Member for Warringah.
Okay, well then we can't see you, but we can hear you're booming down from the room. We've had a lot of discussion, but we're keen to hear, obviously, your position with the Climate Change Authority. You are in an incredibly powerful position to advise government to take all possible action. So.
Well, thank you so much, Zali. I really appreciate the opportunity to address this forum. And is that okay? Can everyone hear me? And you're probably lucky you can't see me. I look best on the radio anyway. So, I'd just like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land which I'm coming from today, and that's the Darug and Guringai people of the Eora Nation. And I'd like to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And I'd also just like to thank you, Zali, just for your continued leadership in this space. It is incredible. I know it doesn't always get a lot of recognition, but I just think you're one of the standout leaders in our nation when it comes to climate policy. So thank you and keep going. Look, before I get into some of the comments, I just wanted to flag that I want to discuss the potential role of government action and where the Climate Change Authority fits in now and in the future. And before I get to that though, I'd like to draw attention to those in the room of two elements of the National Climate Risk Assessment that may not have got as much attention as they deserve. Mind you, the risk assessment and its partner report, the National Adaptation Plan, contains so many important and underreported matters that it's hardly surprising that even seasoned climate watchers fail to absorb all of them in the first pass. So since I opened with a nod towards our traditional owners, it's fitting that we take a look at what the risk assessment tells us about the threats posed to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. It's pointed and appropriate. Of the 8 systems of the report detailing nationally significant climate challenges, the first covers the risks to First Nations people. And that's no accident, I'm told. Many First Nations communities are starting with clear vulnerabilities. These range from poor health and housing outcomes to erratic energy and water supplies, and all that before the weather gets wilder in a hotter world. So for people living in more tropical regions, a hotter, more humid climate is going to mean more than just an inconvenience. Yes, heat can be moderated by air conditioning or packing an ice machine onto your ute, as government and other workers already do in areas such as Kakadu National Park. But such cooling options aren't always available in remote communities. In the future, what may seem like a luxury now will become an absolute necessity as the temperature and humidity rise, as our scientists expect. So it's not an exaggeration to say that maintaining connection to country in an altered climate won't be easy. Just ask those living on some of the Torres Strait Islands that have had to relocate because of rising sea levels. For some, such as on the Saibai Island, it's the risk of inundation of homes or other property. For others, saltwater intrusions affect crops and threaten drinking water supplies. Now, Zali, it may sound glib, but dispossession by thermometer could be the reality if we and other nations don't knuckle down to cut greenhouse gas emissions and curb global heating. One further point that I just want to make is you may have read the risk assessment's first pass report released more than a year before the formal inaugural report last month. That first pass initially identified 56 nationally significant climate risks. By the final report, that risk tally had increased by 7 to 63. So all of those extra 7 risks related to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. By the way, when we think of the difficulties those Australians living in our tropical zones will face in a warming world, we shouldn't overlook people to our nation's north living even closer to the equator. Some of you might hear, some of you here might have had the privilege to attend one of the climate presentations by former US President, Vice President Al Gore earlier this month when he visited Sydney. And amidst the compelling and convincing slides that Al Gore powers through, there are two that really stood out for me. One was entitled Earth Zone, and it showed the uninhabitable current areas scattered across parts of Africa that include parts of the Sahara. The next slide, taken from a report published in a US peer-reviewed journal in 2020, projected what could be uninhabitable by 2070. Alarmingly, those areas unsuited for human existence now span most of a large band along the equator. Most of the northwest of South America could fit that unfortunate condition. Likewise, most of Northern Africa and the middle of large parts of India and most of Southeast Asia, including Indonesia. So most of Northern Australia west from Cape York, the top end and the Pilbara would also fall into that uninhabitable zone. So the defence challenges this widespread calamity would bring to Australia are sobering enough. But you can start to appreciate the sheer extent of intolerable conditions that billions of people would face if we don't halt climate change. So humidity and heat, the brunt of which will be borne by our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, was one of the resilience challenges that I wanted to highlight to the room today. The other is water security and what that means in a flooded world. As we all know, Australia starts with a highly variable rainfall record, so more volatility will not make life for farmers or for our water managers any easier. Our ecosystems too will likely face increased strains, and many of them don't start from a healthy state either. Notably, National Adaptation Plan already rates the present risk to water security as high. Some regions and notes already experience drought and water security challenges, as parts of South Australia and Victoria are currently enduring. By the plan's projections that look at a world warming by 2 degrees and then 3 degrees, and remember, based on the current Paris agreements, we're on track for 2.8 degrees, the risks to water security would rise to very high by 2050 and very high to severe by 2090. So reduced rainfall and runoff across southern Australia, increasing aridity and more severe droughts are among the threats. Groundwater will have less recharge, there will be lower water allocations, and there would be increasing competitions for that scarce water. And helpfully, water quality too would be at risk. As comprehensive as the risk assessment and adaptation plans were, I should note that they contained knowledge gains, and it's important that we continue to fund the science that can help fill them. I mention that because a new paper out this week looking at historical drought trends and what they could tell us about the droughts of the future might look like. So one of the report's authors is very well known to you, Zali, and that's Andy Pittman from the University of New South Wales. He makes the subtle but important point that in a warmer world, the farmer will need more rainfall than he or she used to for the same crop yield. Likewise, a dam operator won't get the same usable water from rainfall or runoff. So it seems that hotter temperatures placed an increased evaporative demand on available water, and the atmosphere just becomes thirstier. So what can governments do? And what can the Climate Change Authority do about these issues? Well, obviously a first priority is to cut our greenhouse gas emissions so that we're not making the problem worse. And that's why the authority recommended Australia cut those emissions by 62 to 70% compared with 2005 levels. And that was advice accepted by the government. And let me tell you what that means in per capita terms. It means a reduction of about 76 to 81% over those 2 decades. Now, remember that we start from a position of being among the world's biggest polluters on a per capita basis, and achieving this target would bring us very much closer to other wealthy nations. Of course, every tonne emitted is one too many. And so we need to press on to net zero emissions as soon as we can and prod other nations to do so. So hosting COP31 next year would be an ideal platform to do that prodding. But of course, to focus Australians throughout the entire year in the run-up to that event on climate matters. So the authority stands ready to help lead those efforts. We would look at promoting the resilience of Australians' emissions targets themselves. Most Aussies accept that climate science is real, and they accept the science that enables the greater majority of planes to take off and land safely, or that diagnoses an illness and prescribes appropriate medicine to deal with it as well. As for helping communities around Australia prepare or adapt to the coming impacts of a warmer world, the authority also stands poised to help where we can. We have dedicated, talented, highly motivated staff who work in a range of fields, from the challenges of the energy transition to advancing energy efficiency and building up the resilience built environment. Indeed, a report earlier this year that we released entitled Home Safe looked at the perils posed to Australian households from climate change. It was a timely report following soon after Cyclone Alfred had crossed the Queensland coast further south than usual. We noted then that the cyclone construction codes mandating stronger buildings only extended down the coast to about Bundaberg, and that's more than 300 kilometres north of Brisbane. So given that those codes were basically drawn up decades ago in the wake of Cyclone Tracy's devastation in Darwin in 1974, we think there's a strong case to review how well they've worked so far. It's probably also worth examining whether it's time the codes extended southwards to include fast-growing populations of Brisbane, the Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast, and northern New South Wales. And while the authority has undertaken research and made recommendations about adaptation and resilience, it's up to the government to decide whether the authority should take a stronger role in the climate adaptation space, as we are mandated to do in the mitigation one. So I should note that such an extension of our role was one of the recommendations of the Productivity Commission's draft report on the low carbon economy, which was released earlier this year. It's an interim report called Investing in Cheaper, Cleaner Energy and the Net Zero Transformation. Now, as chair of the authority, I'd be honoured to have our remit expanded, but we'd also stand ready to assist any other agency granted that role. After all, we're going to be in this fight together. So I guess I'll finish where I started, Zali. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for all those in the room for doing such important work across their own communities and more broadly. You're really making a difference, and I'd be delighted to continue working with you to ensure that we are able to protect our planet, our lives, and our livelihoods in what's increasingly becoming a threatened world. So, Zali, happy to take any questions.
Probably lots of questions. Any urgent questions? I guess one of the areas that we've discussed is when governments consider mitigation, it's often done on a social and economic cost-benefit analysis, the price of transition and cutting out fossil fuels versus, I guess, the benefit. We've had a big discussion this morning around the social benefits and the safety benefits, the health benefits that are very real and very important. We also had a presentation just around questions around how the economic assessment is arrived at, because we appear to be on a global trajectory to 2.6, 2.7 on the basis of a cost-benefit economic analysis that potentially doesn't truly take into account global shocks and impacts to economic impacts. And that was Professor Timothy Neal from UNSW. So from your perspective, what willingness is there to continue challenging the social and economic modelling that goes into the ambition and mitigation?
Well, it's a great question, and maybe if I could give you a real-life example from when I was the Treasurer of New South Wales. Some of you may be familiar with my time, which covered the period of the Lismore floods. It was the most expensive natural disaster the state of New South Wales had ever seen. And again, it just drove home to me not only the community impact of not acting on climate change, but the real economic impact. We actually got Treasury to model the cost of these 1 in 100 year flood events on Lismore becoming more extreme and more frequent. In fact, that Lismore flood that I talked about, that followed a similar size flood only 3 years prior. And what we actually had to model was whether or not it was worth just moving the entire town of Lismore. Now, we did that on an economic basis, and there was a compelling case to perhaps consider rebuilding all the infrastructure and relocating everything on higher grounds. And certainly when you overlaid the devastating impact that it was having on communities and broader social consequences, I think it started to make a lot of sense. And this is going to become the reality. It's not just the financial cost, which is compelling, but there are so many broader costs that need to be taken into account when governments are deciding whether or not we're able to live in certain parts of the country, run businesses, farms, etc. So I think we do need that broader perspective when making these decisions, but obviously the economic analysis is an important part of that as well.
Anyone have a question? No questions?
Surely. Thank you, Matt. A follow-up here, Jazz Chambers from Ocean Decade Australia, on that example. And we've heard some great perspectives around the table here today on the social cost of doing something like that, moving a whole community. We have examples in Fiji where they are having to do that kind of community movement. And I guess to Zali's question around the lens of the economics being one aspect, how do we account for all of these other costs that will occur? I guess that's part of the question here, is if we only ever look at it through that economic lens as to what works economically, the roll-on impacts. When you did that work as Treasurer, what was the thinking around those other impacts, around jobs, people's livelihoods, etc., in doing something very drastic, but as you say, potentially what we might have to do?
Yeah, I think the economics, the economic analysis, like, how treasuries work, it is focused on the bottom line. That analysis was very compelling in and of itself around the consideration of moving a town like Lismore. And then I guess it was up to the Cabinet or the policymakers to consider the broader context of doing that, including the dislocation costs, including the impact on people who had deep connections to that community and, had been there for a long time. So I guess a lot of our frameworks don't support this new reality that we're living in. And we were having to deal with it in real time, and then the election rolled around, so I wasn't able to continue having these conversations and broadening out those networks. But let me just say this to you. We put in place in New South Wales a requirement for the Treasury to consider not just the financial costs of climate change. In fact, we embedded the risk assessment right across the government. So every policy decision or every consideration by our departments had to look at things through the broader risk of climate impact, whether it be procurement, infrastructure build, a whole range of things. And we didn't do that just because we cared about climate change. We did it because we saw climate change as managing risk. And if you are able to better understand the risks, you're better able to protect taxpayer dollars, you'll make better decisions about how to allocate scarce resources. So that's why I think New South Wales, the previous coalition government, put those frameworks in place. They've been carried on by the Labor government because it's about managing risk. And if our frameworks at the Commonwealth level aren't factoring in these significant risks into the decision-making processes, then we're going to make poorer decisions in how we allocate resources and make policies. And that's something that we should all not want to see.
Matt, if I could just add, one of the aspects of the discussion this morning has been around the need to get buildings when they're damaged back into being operational as fast as possible. That, if not, that has a huge productivity impact. The amount of hours, labour hours lost currently, and I think it's stark to think already in 2025, the facts we were given by the ACTU, by Dan Sherrill, 175 million labour hours already lost in 2025, and that will increase. That's with 45 days lost to high heat, and that's going to increase. People needing to work at 2 a.m. because it's too hot to work in normal hours. So there's a very real impact in that labour productivity and looking at WHS laws. An area that came out around the cost of transition and the cost of adaptation is that need to, and you as an ex-treasurer can appreciate this, the change to Treasury costing rules so that we can actually start to properly price the investment of adaptation, because unless we properly, appreciate the costs avoided in future disasters by investing now in the adaptation, there will just never be the economic imperative in our Treasury assessments to properly value the investment into adaptation and resilience. So one of the asks is to change Treasury costing rules. I will be following up with you as an ex-treasurer on how that can be really brought home to the government.
Yeah, you're spot on, Zali. This is exactly the type of framework we introduced in New South Wales, again, so we could make better decisions around how we allocate resources, where we invest, where we build. It affects everything through to your planning system. Like, should we be building in the Hawkesbury Nepean floodplain, for example? If you're measuring the impacts of climate change and more frequent spillage events from Warragamba, there are serious question marks or that need to be discussed around the cabinet table. But you're not going to have those meaningful discussions if you're not quantifying the full impacts of our heating planet. So maybe if I could suggest we share some of the frameworks that were put in place in New South Wales and how they might be able to benefit the Commonwealth or other state and territory jurisdictions, because we need to be looking at the whole picture, not just the narrow financial picture.
Absolutely. I've got one question from Nicolette, Matt. I don't know if you can see us, and then we'll probably let you go and have a quick break before we continue. Nicolette.
Thanks. Just to follow in while you're doing your homework and providing Zali with that, Matt, I'd also love your experience as former New South Wales Treasurer, whether perhaps in the health portfolio, for example, the thinking that was used around preventative health, how you got funding for things like almost $1 billion for family and domestic violence assistance, anything else which helps put a different lens on the value of investing early for prevention rather than, all the expensive cleanup that doesn't systemically change outcomes. Over to you. That's your homework as well, please.
Thank you, Member for Bradfield. Lovely to see you. Yeah, it's a good point. Again, all these people that say that, the cost of taking action on climate change is too high, it's just ridiculous, because I've actually had to foot the bill for the cost of years of inaction, whether it be Lismore, which followed the worst bushfires that we'd ever seen, which followed the worst droughts that we'd ever seen. It's just like the provision that the New South Wales government made for unexpected natural disasters when Gladys Berejiklian was the Treasurer, so that was about 5 years before I became the Treasurer, was about $200 million a year. By the time we left office in 2023, so March 2023, we were provisioning $1.6 billion for unexpected natural disasters. And that was only escalating. So it's clear, as you point out, that investments that you make upfront around resilience do deliver a dividend, and that dividend is savings that you'll have to make anyway, The savings that you will not get if you don't deal with these things because of the catastrophic impacts of floods or bushfires or whatever. So the more we can invest early to mitigate communities, people, businesses from the impacts of this climate change, the less of a cost we'll have to lay out in dealing with the cleanup.
So on that note, Matt, I'll leave you with another thought, and then we will break for morning tea, which is I am calling on the government to invest 0.25% of GDP each year into adaptation and resilience to offset the 2% of GDP that disasters are costing us. And there is an investment dividend that pays off, and so more detail to come, but I'll leave you with that thought, 0.25% investment to offset 2% of impact on GDP. But thank you so much for joining us. Sorry you couldn't be here in person, but I know many of us will engage with you more in the future. Thanks, Matt.
Zali. Thank you so much for having me. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Okay, we're pretty close to schedule, so not doing too bad. We've got scheduled a short morning tea break, so it's been delivered. If everyone wants to just stretch your legs, bathroom break, get a snack, but maybe then return back to eat at your place so we can keep the discussion going, because there are so many incredible contributions and people in the room to talk about very important topics. Thank you so much. It's been a really interesting. So it was quite interesting, that whole question around changing.
I've had some practice.
So that there can be a better.
Keeping to 10 minutes is for an academic very
To have a
But, actually,
I understand the logic. It would be tricky because
before I did my PhD, I was
judge
actually a consultant
changes
for
there.
Can I get a microphone? Thank you. If I could encourage everyone to find their seats so that we have plenty of discussion time. We can eat and listen and contribute at the same time. Okay, so we've talked a lot about place-based impacts on our Indigenous communities, the economics impacts. I want to talk a little now, I think we need to talk about the nature and biodiversity impacts, because obviously this problem is at such a scale and, as we've heard, across every sector. But I've got here Nicole Forrester, the Chief Regenerative Officer at WWF for Nature-Based Solutions to Climate Adaptation and Resilience.
Thanks, Zali. I wanted to actually start.
And I might just get microphone a little bit louder. Yeah.
That is unusual, people telling me I need to pull the microphone closer. I wanted to start by acknowledging country, and doing so as a way to pay respects to elders past and present of the Ngunnawal people, but also to ground each and every one of us that we are all one country all of the time. And that as an Aboriginal person, I don't see the distinction for myself between country or nature and climate. And Zali, before you mentioned how exposed our Pacific neighbours are, and we are all connected by this sense of country, regardless of what terminology you use to describe it. We'll use the word nature here today. And that connection ties us to our neighbours in the Pacific, but ties us back here to our nature in Australia as well. And so, although today we are dealing and discussing with some very heavy issues of today and even heavier issues as we look to the future, I actually am also, like Lorinda and Emma, a little bit optimistic, which is good because my title as Chief Regenerative Officer really requires that focus on what is possible for the future. And one of the reasons that I am optimistic is that nature is our greatest ally in building climate resiliency. Because nature already provides all the tools that we need by protecting and restoring ecosystems, as well as boosting social and ecological resilience to climate impacts. So today I just want to share with you a little bit of this optimism. And I don't have a prop, but I'm going to ask all of you to be a part of this by taking a moment and thinking. Imagining a healthy mangrove forest. This forest not only provides an important carbon sink, as we know about mangroves, but mangroves also reduce the severity of climate impacts on coastal communities, on infrastructure. They protect against storm surges, saltwater inundation and intrusion, and extreme wind impacts. So at the same time as mangroves delivering for nature and for climate resiliency, really well-designed nature-based solutions actually also deliver co-benefits for local communities through local livelihoods and the ability to diversify income streams. So just go back to that mangrove forest, to that beautiful place your mind took you for a couple of seconds, and imagine that habitat spawning really significant, commercially significant fisheries stocks. And these stocks are not just central to the livelihoods and food security of those local communities, but also global communities. And one more thing as you're thinking about that mangrove is not only the economic benefits, but think about, as we were talking before, about these social and less tangible benefits, the priceless cultural expressions that are tied to these sacred spaces like mangroves. So we have been working in nature-based solutions for a number of years now, and we've found them as a model of work, a great part of climate resiliency solutioning. I've got a bunch of numbers here. I think we know the numbers of the impacts of disaster costs, depending on how you cut them. Globally, they're in the trillions each year. You know, Matt was talking about going from a couple of $100 million to 1.3 billion and beyond. What we've seen is that countries which invest in nature-based solutions reduce their disaster risk and build resiliency. And nature-based solutions is one vehicle that we've found provides a really excellent return on investment. So as we're looking to change the way we talk about nature and climate and really bring to the fore the economic benefit that actually makes it easier for governments to increase their investments. We could help you with that 0.025% of nature-based solutions being a part of the high ROI in building climate resiliency as a part of that return on investment. We've heard this today from others. So there's a centrality to the work of nature-based solutions, which I think of through a picture in my head of a triangle. Climate adaptation, climate mitigation is central to a successful nature-based solution. However, you can't deliver that without nature being also central and communities, because the communities that live closest to these natural environments often, like our colleagues that Glenda works with, have the least amount of contribution to the climate change that we are existing within, but live closest to the environments that are most impacted by the change of climate. So it's important to centre those voices of community, in particular in the work that we are supporting in the Pacific and with Indigenous organisations here in Australia, because of those communities truly are, as we've already heard, for example, from Matt, on the front line of climate and the interlinked biodiversity crisis. But we also know that those communities hold the knowledges for the solution sets, and being able to support those communities to tap into those knowledges and access important investment capital to build those knowledges into diversified income streams is absolutely a part of building climate resilience for those communities through nature-based solutions. It's interesting, the ROI discussion, more and more evidence base is surfacing around the importance of centering communities in climate resilience. In Latin America, forested lands managed by Indigenous peoples and local communities across 4 different countries were found to be twice as effective as sequestering carbon through Indigenous managed lands than non-Indigenous systems. So if you want to talk about a return on investment, helping Indigenous people and local communities with nature-based solutions has an ROI which is much greater than non-Indigenous systems. In Australia, we're partnering in the North Kimberley with a number of different cultural groups there around the management of country to reduce the impact of wildfires. The Northern Kimberley is one of the world's most fire-prone regions. It's not only caring for country and returning to ways that were disrupted because of previous governments' practices over 235 years, but it's also creating income streams which are separate to grant systems. You know, so being able to have economic self-determination through nature-based solutions livelihoods is a central part to the ongoing sustainability of these solutions into the future. So just simply, it's that local communities know their country or natural environments best. They have the knowledge and the skills to best care for those, and when combined with high integrity nature-based solution design, can deliver climate resiliency and positive climate impacts. So what are we here? What are you calling for? You can't have an organisation like WWF at the table, and we're not going to ask for a call to action. We want to see, of course, like many other voices here today, more funding support. There is a particular DFAT initiative funded this work called Climate Resilient by Nature. And we would love to see that type of work continue to be supported by DFAT, not just here, not just in the Pacific and in the Mekong where we've been working with them, but also turning that lens onto ourselves in Australia and saying, how do we take these knowledges and support them in a way at scale? We see these interlinked challenges of biodiversity loss and climate change as linked to social justice and equity. And so you can't address one crisis without addressing them in an integrated way. And so we recognise that nature-based solutions are not new. They're drawing upon traditional knowledges and doing that in a way which governance structures in Australia understand, but we know that bottom up is better than top down in these circumstances, and that true community ownership and leadership is only going to be the way that gives the most effective outcomes for nature and for climate and the best return on investment. We've mentioned and heard about today about COP30 just around the corner. We're looking hopefully for a successful announcement for Australia co-hosting with the Pacific for COP31. So we just want to remind everybody that this is an opportunity for central of leadership of Australia and to put forward first voices from here and from the Pacific in making these solutions become real at scale, and to support those adaptation pieces is a large part of it, what a successful COP31 would look like. And I think sometimes people think development activities or nature activities don't deliver climate impact, and the stats from just this one not incredibly large project, 13,000 people across 160 communities in 9 countries across the Indo-Pacific region, delivered 29,000 tonnes of carbon sequestration. It's a pretty good ROI.
That's good. That's very good. I've had any questions? Okay. I feel we had to cut a little bit short from for the AYCC. So from the, I think, did you want to make any further comments? Obviously, having listened to a lot of the feedback and that, did you have any further thoughts? Sorry, because we had to cut you off a little bit.
The fact that when the risk assessment report came out, it was followed by the 2035 emissions reduction target, which is nowhere near the scale of ambition as to what we need to actually mitigate all those impacts. And so that is a big slap in the face, and in a way a lot of orchestrated stress and I guess exacerbating this already mental health crisis that we have, because young people are being told in very graphic detail the future we are going to inherit, which is extremely dire from that report, as you all know. And then we're being given a plan that is very much insufficient to what that report is outlining. That this target that we have of 62% to 70% emissions reduction on 2005 levels by 2035 is going to lead us to well over 2 degrees of warming. And we know that in order to best stay within 1.5, it needs to be 100% by 2035. And there's no compromise on that. And we're already seeing those impacts. And so I just really want to emphasize that this is what we're inheriting and it's what we're living in now. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, we all have an eye on that mitigation piece and as was said, the faster we go, the more we mitigate, and that is so incredibly important.
I think just to maybe add to that, the way that we look at it is we can't separate the mitigation and the adaptation pieces. They need to go hand in hand, and for us to just solely focus on the adaptation and resilience, it's so important, but to treat it as if it's something that's entirely locked into our future is unrealistic when we know that we can still turn things around and that every single fraction of a degree makes a difference. So while we focus on adaptation and resilience, we also need to have in mind that the biggest thing that we can do to protect our future is to end coal and gas.
Absolutely. And we're going to get to the discussion of the how we pay for the adaptation and everything in a minute. I should say, Matt referred to a session that some of you may have attended in Sydney, where Al Gore was talking about, and the question was put to him about mitigation and adaptation. And he said about 10 years ago, if the question was put to him, he would have said 80% of your efforts on mitigation, and adaptation was seen as a concession, and so didn't receive much of the focus. He reluctantly felt that, unfortunately, we're now in a situation where the conversation, the debate and conversation is overwhelmingly around mitigation, and that there's no doubt that the most compelling way of avoiding the cost of adaptation is mitigation. But we also have to start having the two conversations, because if not, we simply are not preparing in a responsible way. We need the insurance policy. And that's what the adaptation resilience is. And, without sort of putting words into his mouth, he was now of the view that his view had shifted, that the focus needed to be 50-50, because whilst continuing to accelerate mitigating the problem has to be a priority, we cannot not be focusing on the adaptation, because the costs are being felt now, from a health impact, from a mental health, from a productivity, from a loss of nature and biodiversity, because the decisions we're making now are impacting the future. And so those housing decisions we're making, the planning decisions we're making, the infrastructure are all interlinked and integrated. So don't for a minute think we are not absolutely focused on mitigation, and that never is far from mind, but it is the need to... I am incredibly concerned as I see events accelerate and increase in intensity, that the lack of resilience and adaptation investment is leaving way too many communities exposed. So on that note, but we can come back to, we'll have more discussion time. I've got Jazz Chambers, Oceans Decade, around the question around ocean sustainability plan and resilience and adaptation in those sectors.
Thanks, Zali. And can I reiterate Matt Keen's applause of you around the leadership for bringing us together, and flanked by Sophie and Nicolette as well. It's been a great conversation. Thank you. For 65,000 years, First Nations peoples have cared for sea country with a profound understanding of the ocean's interconnected systems, and that knowledge must continue to guide us, as we've heard around the table. Our nation's cultural identity and economic prosperity are inseparable from the ocean. It's shaped who we are, how we live, and how we prosper. I have brought 3 props today, all blue books. There are so many blue books in the Blue Book Library of things that we should do about ocean. I can see Geralda there just, shaking her head. There's blue books everywhere. But this one, which is Australia's draft Sustainable Ocean Plan, which has been years in development, is a defining opportunity for Australia to show leadership at home, across our region and on the global stage. And there's no better time to finalise and publish this plan, as COP30 begins next week. The world's watching for examples of nations who are willing to actually act. The draft Sustainable Ocean Plan was released in August 2024, so it's been sitting around for 14 months, and it's the biggest thing to happen for ocean in Australia in over 25 years. A plan is not action, but it is the essential foundation to set national priorities, agreed principles that can guide action, particularly in the case of this plan on collaborative action. Publishing the plan will embolden ocean users, providing the framework to convene, to agree and also to disagree well before bringing priorities to government. That's what we're calling for. So I really like history, but we do not need to relearn the lessons of Australian attempts at getting it right for the ocean. And I really do feel for Natasha, and sorry, I don't know your name.
Violet.
Violet, thank you for your interventions today. Australia pioneered an ocean policy, document number 2. I showed it to Emma And I said, this came out in 1998. And she said, yeah, it looks like it was designed in 1998. Which is why I remembered it when I Googled it in 2018 to find out, oh, where's Australia's ocean policy up to? This came out when I was 22 and I just turned 50. And Australia's ocean governance remains fragmented. So this one, the draft, is the latest that we've seen, 20-something years later. To put this in perspective, the way that I've started thinking about it is that Australia has a space agency, but we don't have an ocean agency. And that seems kind of bonkers for this country. The ocean is a genuine cross-portfolio and cross-jurisdiction challenge and opportunity. But it appears that back then we could simply not see past the ocean's commonness to grasp its uniqueness. And so, ironically, it's languished at the bottom of the priority list, moving the conversation from stewardship, management, mitigation to now adaptation, to your point, Violet. You know, we had that chance. We had 25 years to enact this policy. We did nothing. Well, no, that's not true. We set up a National Oceans Office and we then dismantled it after about 5 years. The Sustainable Ocean Plan is part of Australia's commitment as a member of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, and our Prime Minister sits on that panel. The membership is held through the head of the state. This plan will give substance to our global commitments to sustainably manage 100% of our ocean, to protect 30% of marine areas by 2030, that's called 30 by 30, and soon we hope for Australia to ratify the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, or BBNJ. These are three things that we have said we are going to commit to, and yet we don't have a sustainable ocean plan. It will also guide our obligations under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Paris Agreement, the United Nations Ocean Decade, and most recently, the International Court of Justice, ICJ Landmark Advisory Opinion on the obligations of states with respect to climate change. Finalising and publishing this plan now will ensure that by 2030 we have more than aspirations, we can have action. A 5-year runway can bring together industry, business, finance, science, government, First Nations and civil society. It can inspire local communities and the wider public to understand why the ocean realm matters so deeply to our lives and livelihoods, and to demonstrate that understanding through measurable commitments. Australia stewards, I didn't realise I could bring a slide, but Australia stewards the third largest exclusive economic zone in the world. It's over 11 million kilometres. That's more than our land mass. We sit behind the US and France, islands that add to their exclusive economic zone. We lead globally in marine science, in fisheries management, maritime safety and ocean conservation, and our First Nations people have been the custodians of our waters for millennia. Our marine biodiversity is completely unparalleled. Like, we say that, but it's actually really, really true. We've got tropical reefs that sustain tourism and livelihoods. We've got resources of oil, gas, minerals, fisheries, wind and waves, and we've got the Southern Ocean, which is the gateway to Antarctica. Yet for all of that wealth, we operate in what can only be described as a poverty of trust. Our organisation, Ocean Decade Australia, has done so much qualitative research and quant, and it's revealed that ocean users share respect for the ocean realm, but they do not have a shared language nor insights into the motivation of others and why they want to use the ocean. That lack of shared understanding limits trust and partnership to build resilience that we are all seeking here today. In spite of this, Australia's marine industry contributes 9.1% of GDP, with 90% of our trade moving by sea. The AIMS Index, third book, available online, just came out. It underscores this. In 2022-23, the marine economy contributed $203 billion in added value, supporting more than 713,000 full-time jobs. Imagine what we could do if we actually had a plan. And it is on having a plan, the desire for a plan, that ocean users do agree. It would catalyse national action to provide certainty long-term aspiration for business and investment, including new entrants like offshore wind, which is very much in the balance right now. We might not get to have that sector, that industry start up here. The plan will accelerate the transition to a low-carbon future, advancing ocean-based industries from ocean and wave energy, really important for remote communities. No one's going up to a remote community area and putting up a big wind farm. Offshore wave energy systems could support those communities, including in the Pacific. From those sorts of energy to low-emission shipping fuels, and over time channeling Australia's expertise and technical savvy developed through our fossil fuel industries to new industries and jobs. We've got an opportunity to harness AI and automation in our ports and maritime systems, providing safe ferries in the Torres Strait and vessels serving the ASEAN and Pacific neighbours. A huge opportunity remains for data capture and sharing. The oil and gas industry hold enormous amounts of whale migration data, but we don't have trusted mechanisms to share that data or receive it. If we did, we would strengthen our knowledge, knowledge of our exclusive economic zone, make better decisions about ocean use, ecosystems, border protection and national security. This plan, if you read it, empowers First Nations leadership and stewardship, seeking to return benefits and wellbeing equitably. And as I mentioned before, it'll help position Australia as a trusted partner in the global blue economy. Our actions in the next 12 months will push us into the second half of the UN Ocean Decade, which started in 2021. Ocean Decade Australia is proud to be standing up Australia's National Ocean Decade Committee with support from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water and the Great Barrier Reef Foundation. We are also preparing for the 2026 Australia and the Pacific Ocean Business Leaders Summit to be held in Cairns. Whether or not Australia and the Pacific host COP31, we do hope they will, the Cairns Summit offers a powerful platform to align priorities, amplify strategic ocean matters and continue building trust. We have so much to learn from our Pacific family. We've heard that already today, because they're already doing the things that we are talking about. Our Pacific neighbours have ocean plans. They have done marine spatial planning, which ironically they learnt from Australia and the Great Barrier Reef. They're building biodiversity credit systems, planting mangroves, harvesting seaweed, and they have policies and actions that consider what happens when your home is irretrievably underwater. And in the case of Tuvalu, you may be aware that they are digitising their cultural heritage so that one day future Tuvaluans can know something about where they came from. This is why Pacifica peoples refer to COP31 as the Blue Pacific COP. And to quote my friend, Coral Pasisi, you might know her too, Director of Climate Change at the Pacific Community SPC. She said this at the UN Ocean Conference. It's so compelling. You cannot fight a war with sufficient conviction if you have never seen the front line. The nations of the Blue Pacific continent are on the front line of climate change, and it is time the world saw what existential actually looks and feels like. I'm wearing my kia today. I'm Tongan in honour of Coral. So, why do we continue to let oceans sink to the bottom of the pile? We love the beach, but we are ocean blind. Through hundreds of interviews and dialogues across Australia, we discovered something profound. While almost all businesses now focus on climate change, few recall that the ocean is what regulates the climate, something most Australians learn as children in about year 9. We know the climate is changing because the planet and nature tells us so. The ocean has been our planet's quiet regulator, absorbing more carbon dioxide than all the world's forests and soils combined. It's been our lungs, our pantry and our air conditioner, but that quiet generosity has made it vulnerable. It is only recently that the public have started to notice ocean heat waves, notably in South Australia. And I did post this morning when I got out the front of Parliament House, and I've had 4 people from South Australia message me and say, please tell people there we can't walk along the beach. We can't take our children or our dogs down there, and our friends are having to close their businesses, including cafes that sit along those beachfronts. The planet is mostly a closed system. Some heat gets out, we send things out of our atmosphere, and sometimes very large rocks manage to get through to join us here. But for many decades, the ocean has absorbed the additional heat we have created by burning fossil fuels. And inevitably, in a closed system, the heat has shown up again. That's what we're seeing. So we're calling on the government to finalise and publish the Sustainable Ocean Plan, sending a powerful message that Australia stands for its ocean and the millions who depend on it for food, jobs, energy, recreation and cultural connection. Nearly 90% of Australians live within 80 kilometres of the sea. We love our coast, yet our ocean literacy lags. The plan offers a pathway to greater understanding, not just among industry and NGOs, but among Australians who swim, surf, sail, snorkel and scuba dive. They all start with S. With the right investment, this plan can turn Australians from being beach savvy and ocean blind to ocean savvy and ocean proud stewards of the vast realm that sustains us. Thanks.
Thanks, Jazz. You mentioned that 9.1% of GDP is ocean reliant, so that's from fisheries to fishing and containers and all of that. Have you got a sense or an assessment of just how much will that be disrupted on our current trajectory of warming from around the 2.6? Because again, going back to Professor Neal's assessment of those underpinning assumptions, how much will the disruption to that reliance on ocean impact?
So that 203 GDP value added, 40% of what we call marine industry is the gas industry. So all of that is included in this. When it comes, though, I'll talk to fisheries specifically. Fisheries and tourism, the two biggest drivers of the economy in the Pacific, and also a huge amount for Australia as well. Those are probably the most vulnerable industries, and so that's why 30 by 30, which is a plan to protect particular areas, the greatest beneficiaries of 30 by 30 would be tourism and fisheries, because we'd actually be putting aside high value areas that could be more productive and creative. As to those numbers, Zali, that is actually the sort of modelling that the Sustainable Ocean Plan would enable. We haven't done those sorts of assessments in a joined-up way. I am aware that Futures of Seafood, a program that's been running for a year and a half, is going to launch hopefully early next year with that kind of economic analysis. But a very real question that the people running that project are asking is, are we going to be eating Australian seafood in 2050? They're not sure.
Well, seafood at all.
Or seafood at all, yes. Could very much be a luxury item now and then.
Thanks, Jazz. Just wanted to hear a bit more about the wave energy side of things.
Yes, so
the opportunities there.
So Australia has pioneered wave energy systems. There's different types which are capturing a constant energy source. They are looking to overseas for scaling up investment. So there's been a couple of projects down in Tasmania and over in Western Australia. And I think that the reason that these are particularly interesting to us is the opportunity to put these into remote communities where we're not going to see, large-scale renewables perhaps. We know that some of the work that's being done, funded out of World Bank and ABD, Asia Development Bank, are looking at putting those sorts of systems into Pacific communities. And the reason, as many people would know, is that those communities are reliant on diesel for a lot of their energy use. So the idea would be that maybe we would be able to wean ourselves out of that energy source and into renewables. So having said that, solar is also, floating solar is being looked at as well. But wave energy, it's a pioneering technology in Australia. It's not receiving much love here. It's certainly not really sitting in the energy market operators sort of range at the moment. That we're also concerned about offshore wind as an opportunity, of course, but that's it's got a whole other dimension to it.
I should say, in July, I had the opportunity to go up to the Torres Strait Islands and actually went to some of the islands that Matt referred to. An island that was 3 kilometres in radius, completely flat, low-lying. a major an airfield that went through the middle because it's mainly connected for supports and medical and education through flights. So half the island was taken up by the population and the residential. And the other half was this airstrip and then a big water tank, because obviously for water access. And the water tanks, the water reservoirs are all covered because to avoid evaporation and to maintain them. And the question for me, it was just mind-blowing. There was no renewable on the islands. They all rely on diesel being brought in by ship. Even the transport on an island of 3-kilometre radius was diesel utes and trucks. And to me, the idea that we did not have solar or wave, even the reservoir not being covered with floating solar, a desalination plant, so processing, the fact that along the airfield or capacity for rooftop solar on the buildings was just staggering for me to think that there was still this reliance on bringing in diesel at great cost because because it was so remote. The premium that was added on to everything from groceries to fuel was quite considerable for that community at heavy costs and very, very much subsidised by government. So the no-brainer of needing to establish a fast program of getting electrification and renewables was glaring for me. Any other comments? And if not, we'll keep going through our jam-packed program. The next sector we're going to go was the private sector investment. So we know there's a lot of talk about more money. We know it's all going to cost a lot. We know why we need to do it. We know the urgency. We know there's a big ask on government, but we also need to look at the private sector. How do we, hand in hand, start solving this? So Fergus Pitt from the IGCC to talk about facilitating the private sector investment in climate adaptation.
Thanks, Sally. And I guess thanks as well for setting up a roundtable like this, which is an opportunity to kind of convene and sets up the ability to kind of collaborate, because in this area, clearly what we're doing now isn't working. So we are going to need to build new abilities, and that might mean unusual combinations of people working together. And so this kind of conversation and the conversations that will no doubt happen afterwards will be a valuable platform for that kind of thing. So I guess the perspective that I'm bringing here and the frame through which my community, my network sees this is that of institutional investors. IGCC, it's big super, so, Hester, Cbus, Australian Super, big retail funds like BlackRock, First Sentia, and then the kind of ecosystem of service providers and whatnot around them that allow those to run. And they manage the retirement savings of about 15 million Australians, and there's 4.6 trillion or so under management locally in Australia. And then we also, we've got an Asian network, and there's another 80 odd firms there with about US 36 trillion under management. So a fairly large amount of money that obviously, one looks at and says, okay, well, this could be brought to bear on any national priority that Australia or any other country has. And obviously we're hearing very strongly that adaptation and resilience should be a national priority. I think it's also important to kind of understand some of the other dynamics and forces in that system. And right up the top of the list there is the fiduciary duty that investors have. I'll kind of come back to that in a moment because there's some interesting dynamics there. And obviously they're responding to client mandates, and it's not a formal element, but the kind of culture and incentives inside these organisations is very much around the best possible financial performance and making money on behalf of their clients and beneficiaries, which are everybody, probably everybody in this room. So that's the kind of group that we're talking about and how they see the world. About 3 years ago, the proportion of those investors that were really methodically assessing the resilience of their portfolios and their exposure to physical damage and disruption, it surged up. The leaders in that group, the big resourced mob, have been doing it for 10 plus years, but the proportion of those investors really started to go up about 3 years ago. And we think that was caused by a few things. IGCC, my organisation, had a big strategy to push it, but obviously the climate events that were manifesting in damages came up. There's mandatory climate disclosures were starting to get onto the horizon, and I think also a growing belief that unfortunately 1.5 degrees is slipping out of reach. And so, a logical decision about, okay, how do we respond? So they started assessing their exposure to physical risk, and with a bit of a lag, but following the same pattern, the investors started to respond to this. Now, those are fairly big. We're up around 80% at the end of last year who've kind of done these rigorous assessments for at least part of their portfolio. But underneath that quite big number, there's a bit of nuance because they might have done only part of their portfolios. They might have done assessments, but the level of confidence that they necessarily have, that they actually have a clear and reliable picture, might be a little bit mixed. So that's the reality of what's happening in that ecosystem. And then if you have a look at, obviously, the risk situation that we've heard, there's high amounts of damage, not just the extreme weather and disasters, but also the kind of chronic changes, water availability, extreme heat, the downstream impacts on health. And you end up with a lot of places where there are clearly funds needed that would protect communities and assets and allow businesses to keep running or recover quickly through impacts. But there's a great deal of risk, but there's also a great deal of complexity. And collectively, this kind of pool of $4.6 trillion, and especially for big super, has the same incentive as government. We need to protect value, protect business continuity, protect communities collectively. And there are opportunities to make investments that protect value. But individually as a fund or individually as a portfolio manager, it might be more obvious to just walk away from the risks. Maybe sell out of Brisbane where there's, flood exposure, or Western Victoria. That might be on an individual level the most logical thing that they can do to protect the retirement savings that they've got a fiduciary duty to deliver. And of course, similar dynamics happen in the banks, although they're not our members, and obviously the insurers have got their own dynamics, which you'll see parallels. And obviously, if everybody's trying to do that, we'll see kind of whole regions or sectors that will go down. We think about this as the potential for climate ghost towns. Lismore is obviously the most well-known example, but you could see it happening all over the place. So, the microphone got depressed. So, if we have a look at what's really preventing that private finance flowing into resilience, we've developed up, I think, what's a pretty accurate picture of this. At a national level, climate risk is very, very certain. But the location and the timing and the scale is not quite as certain. Do I know necessarily that there'll be a flood that hits my warehouse? And it's hard to translate that into the kind of specifically quantified impacts that are necessary for an investment case. We also, and this is related, there just isn't a market at the moment for there's no valuation on resilience in many cases, or there's not enough of a market for more resilient assets. The signals just aren't there. sometimes because the standards are all backwards looking, and there's work being done by the valuation community on this, but it hasn't been done yet. The other point is that climate impacts are really kind of complex. You're not necessarily, if you've got a climate investment, you're not necessarily going to see a cash flow. And you might also have dynamics where the benefits of a given asset, be it a road, be it a railway, be it a hospital, that's shared across a whole bunch of different stakeholders. And how do we decide to apportion the kind of cost savings and build the mechanisms to invest against those cost savings? Again, this is work that hasn't been done. We are working on it, and collective work and collaborations is going to definitely be part of that. To draw that out a little bit, like, it's no good having a railway line that's resilient to 2.4 degrees. So, sorry, I should say it's no good having a port or an airport that's resilient to 2.4 degrees if the railway line leading into it and out of it, or the communities that go and work there every day, if they fall apart at 1.7 degrees, for example. So it's not you're not going to necessarily protect your value and protect your income if only your asset that you've got direct control over is resilient. Now, having said all of that, investors are supporting businesses who are responding to the risks that they can accurately see, accurately cost, and where the benefits are directly owned by them. There's a lot of caveats in where they can get accurate pictures. And the National Climate Risk Assessment helped with that, and there's a lot of work that's helping with that. But we have identified where we think there are actions outside the investment community that will help unlock those billions of dollars. And there's no reason really that any of these actions that I talk about can't be built into the National Adaptation Plan and the improvements to the National Adaptation Plan that frankly need to come. Foremost, a national target for resilience would be very, very useful, as would resilience targets for key sectors. That means that you can kind of work within a system. You can work on your part of it, knowing that other folks are working within their parts of it. So that those national targets will really help coordination, we believe. We've heard from a few different people that really need to keep investing in the science and the modelling and committing to updating the National Climate Risk Assessment. That's kind of key, because the more data, the more information, the more accurate it is, the more granular it is, the better decision making is. And it would really help if collectively, and therefore probably through government, we'd identified some priority projects, because then you can start focusing, bringing people together and saying, okay, well, how do we make this stack financially? It's strange, perhaps, that you've kind of got a pool of $4.6 trillion who are going to say, well, yes, but we don't have all the money. But the reality is that there is an absolute necessity for public investment in resilience. Well-designed public investment can crowd in private finance. That's happening in many areas already. It needs to happen more and more and more in adaptation. And there are some areas where the public sector has competitive advantages and maybe can kind of capture that value themselves. And then there's obviously just public goods where it's appropriate for the public purse to own that. You've got the special investment vehicles, the CEFC, the National Reconstruction Fund, the Northern Australia Fund, Housing Australia. Absolutely, the mandates of those should incorporate adaptation and resilience. Many of those funds are already doing adaptation supporting work, but it's maybe happening a bit haphazardly. So that could be improved. When you build a house, it should have a co-benefit of increased energy performance and increased heat protection and whatnot. And I guess on that note of public investment, we've talked a lot about, and we've heard a lot about the fact that the budgeting rules need to be reformed. The Actuaries Institute's actually got some really great work in the pipeline coming up very soon about how that could happen. It's so important, but it is very, very technical, and sometimes you don't necessarily get that kind of excitement and support around highly technical things. So I guess when the Actuaries Institute releases that, I'm sure Vanessa can talk more about it, I think the more voices in support of the Actuaries Institute work would be really welcome. I think that'd help it get support. And finally, we've also heard a lot about the value of reforming the regulations and the town planning and the building standards so that that brings up the lowest common denominator when you're talking about where to build something or how to build it. So plenty of work for our sector and our members to do, and we are doing it. But the collaboration and the interrelationship with government is really there as well.
Thank you. Well, it's probably a good, let's throw to Vanessa. I know you probably can't divulge what's going to be in the Actuaries Institute, but that question around, I guess, we touched on it earlier, those changing some of those, the budgeting rules to enable the focus on prevention and investment in adaptation and resilience.
Thank you. And I'll shout out that Fergus is a co-author on this paper with an actuary. So within about a month, we will be publishing a report which is exactly about climate adaptation finance and how to stimulate more of it. Because, yes, obviously everybody here, we realise that it is an essential part of the solution. And I acknowledge Violet and apologies. This is an intergenerational issue, but we are at the point where not only is it a mitigation effort on greenhouse gases, adaptation is absolutely essential. So we do hear your concerns. So what this paper will speak to is we're trying to do practical guidance because it is evident even from the conversations here about the barriers. How do you do cost-benefit analysis, for example, that is fit for purpose? So that takes into account the wider benefits, considers the multi-generational impacts, makes it as easy as possible. And I'm pleased to say that we have looked at the excellent examples that New South Wales Treasury has in place and which Matt spoke to before. So we hope that this will be a practical resource that people can use. We also point out, though, that yes, finance needs to be coordinated. So whether you talk about crowding, whether it's public investment as a cornerstone and crowding in public investment or blended finance, it is everybody's got limited funds, so how do we make the most of it? So it will include some case studies about that. And I guess we need to, and maybe, Zali, this is exactly the conversation that starts to come, whether you call it revenue stacking or whatever, like how do you scrape together enough funding from multiple stakeholders who benefit to afford the adaptation and resilience investment to occur, albeit that it's a better informed estimate which takes account of avoided costs. That's absolutely essential to include in there. A couple of things that I would say that the actuaries would be really pleased to hear in conversation here is the building codes conversation and the importance to ensure that given the multi-decade lifespan of buildings, that they are fit for purpose. So they are designed for the future climate that we will have. Understanding there are important trade-offs with affordability, with ensuring that there is adequate supply. So I don't envy government that has to make those trade-offs, but do hope that that is properly considered. And another very exciting development the Institute sees is during the week, ASFI, the Australian Sustainable Finance Institute, put out a report which included as its first recommendation to include adaptation and resilience in the sustainable finance taxonomy that Australia has. So we would love to see that materialise. That will help leverage private sector investment. It's an important way then to that it will bring in investors to support it.
Can I also just ask you, obviously the Actuaries Institute's done a lot of work on insurance and the insurance stress within communities. So looping it back to some of the, what we heard this morning around how the very localised impact, you had, obviously we've discussed a lot, the report around each year insurance stress and what that picture paints.
Yes, so we actually haven't done one this year, but there is important work in train within government that I'm sure everybody would love to see coming out through, for example, the Hazards Insurance Partnership. But the estimates that the Actuaries Institute have done, we tracked from 2022 insurance, the proportion of households that we estimated as experiencing insurance affordability stress, where the premium quote that they receive for their home buildings and contents insurance was 4 weeks or more of their gross household income. At that point, we classify them as affordability stress, that for practical purposes, that is far too much of a household budget to be allocating to an insurance premium. So that those estimates show it has gone from 10% of Australian households in 2022. In 23, it went to 12%, and in 2024, it rose to 15%. So we haven't done the numbers for this year, but I think just even looking at ABS consumer price index data and wage price index data, which only shows averages, not the distribution, I think we can see that insurance premiums have grown faster than wages. So insurance affordability has continued to deteriorate and is a significant issue, as I think everybody here well knows.
Thanks. So I'm going to go next to Duncan Shepherd from the Insurance Council of Australia, and I want to put on the table, we treat health insurance as a necessity. Government, in fact, creates a tax incentive to have private health insurance because of the assistance that puts on our health budgets. In contrast, homes and contents insurance is every 12 months, is taxed with GST and is rapidly unaffordable. And it actually addresses some of the inequity because we know home and contents insurance is generally unaffordable and not often taken up by renters who are also standing to lose everything when events strike communities in which they are renting, and homeowners who are overwhelmingly uninsured or underinsured, and we know that stress is mounting from what you were just saying. So a policy consideration that I wouldn't mind putting on the table for discussion is that we need to shift homes and contents insurance from being something that can be taxed, just a goods and service that we consider, to an essential. Because if Australian communities are not able to have homes and contents insurance for their possessions, when these events strike, they lose everything. And we know ultimately it will end up being government will have to be the insurer of last resort, or will pick up the bill for when communities are devastated. So I'm really keen to hear thoughts on that aspect. And Duncan Shepherd,
That's an excellent segue from the Actuaries Institute to the Insurance Council, because any conversation that we have about climate resilience obviously has to incorporate a discussion on insurance availability and affordability, given the fundamental importance that we've already discussed about more extreme weather events and the impact that is having on people who are suffering from insurance stress. So like many people in this room, we're obviously interested in a more coordinated approach across government and industry to reduce those underlying risks, and that's really the only sustainable and long-term way that we can reduce risk, which is ultimately the key trigger to reducing premiums. So it might be helpful just to start off talking about some of those drivers of increased premiums. And obviously the first and the most fundamental is the escalating cost of weather. So extreme weather events are obviously consuming more and more of our economic resources and putting increased pressure on the insurance market. So we've looked over the last 12 months at those combination of disasters that we've touched on today to quantify what that has led to in terms of insurance costs. And Jeff talked about Tropical Cyclone Alfred. That was about $1.4 billion insured loss. The North Queensland floods we've spoken about, $300 million. and the mid-north coast and Hunter floods, which was another 250 million. So combined, those insured losses over the last 12 months were $2 billion. You add to the extreme weather costs a number of other pressures which have impacted on the insurance industry over the last couple of years, particularly since COVID. And the first one of those is the cost of repairing or rebuilding our home. It's now 30% higher since COVID to rebuild your home than it was pre-COVID. Add to this the shortage of labour and supply chain costs, which really came out during COVID, and that's also increasing insurance costs. The third cost, in addition to extreme weather events and rising supply chain costs, is reinsurance. And reinsurance is the insurance that the domestic insurers get taken out on the international market to protect themselves from losses. And as you see more international events, the more pressure there is on the international reinsurance market, and that then has a flow-on effect to domestic markets, not just here in Australia, but obviously internationally. So earlier this year, we took a delegation over to talk to the reinsurers with Minister Molino to get a bit of an understanding of the pressures which are being felt not just in Australia but overseas. And to a man, each country is facing the same reinsurance costs and pressures that we are here in Australia. The fourth cost impact that's impacting on premiums is ongoing high development in those high-risk areas. And we've spoken about Australia's love to live in bushland, near water, near riverines, near ocean areas, but combined, this growing propensity to continue building in these high-risk zones and allowing development in floodplains is continuing to put pressure on insurance costs. So to put that sort of into an international perspective, each year we put out a catastrophe report, and that looks at how Australia's gone domestically, but also how we're tracking internationally. And this year we had a bit of a snapshot as how we're going against 5 other OECD countries in terms of our per capita costs. So we looked at our performance against France, against Germany, against New Zealand and the United States. And Australia was ranked second per capita behind the United States in terms of the per capita costs. And each decade since the 1980s, losses from floods, bushfires, storms, extreme heat conditions we've spoken about today have continued to rise across the globe. So compounding that issue is the growth in those high population risk areas we've just talked about that is continuing to impact on insurers' costs. So this is leading to what we call in the industry the growing insurance protection gap. So those more frequent and intense extreme weather events, coupled with that development in the high-risk zones, is effectively widening the gap between those who can and can't afford insurance. And that's obviously leaving, as you referred to, Zali, more in our community who are unable to afford insurance when disaster strikes. And the wonderful Actuaries Institute report did show that around 1.2, 1.4 million Australians are spending more than 4 weeks' gross annual wage on insurance costs. The insurance protection gap in Australia is around 33%. So Swiss Re has done some modelling on this, and they've estimated that in 2023 in Australia, economic losses were about $37 billion, with insured losses at around $24 billion, leaving an insurance gap of around $12 billion. And that obviously leaves businesses, it leaves communities without a safety net, and it obviously erodes the ability of Australians to bounce back, as we've talked about from a construction co perspective, the ability to bounce back from disaster when it strikes. That protection gap's not confined to Australia. Obviously, the insurance gap worldwide is predicted to be around $1.8 trillion. I'll talk a bit about floods because that's obviously the major topic when we talk about the risk to Australians. It's clear that there's a high correlation between high flood risk and economic socio disadvantage. And our most vulnerable people are the least likely to have an insurance safety net when disaster strikes. So those high-risk areas are often in areas where there is cheaper land and lower property values. And as we have seen in a number of locations, there is a high concentration of residents from those lower income households living in these high-risk areas, and they have a limited ability to relocate when disaster strikes. We've done some modelling around the number of people in these high-risk zones. We think there's about 1.4 million houses at some risk of flooding in Australia. Of those 1.4 million homes, there's about 240,000 homes with the highest flood risk, catastrophic style flood risk, that 5% or 1 in 20 likelihood. Importantly, of those 242,000 people, there's about 190,000 people who are not insured for floods. And that leaves those residents who are least able to bounce back from those disasters. They don't have a safety net that they need. And this has long-term implications for the country. So that leads to what do we need to do about it as a country? Well, the first, obviously, critical area is putting in place the infrastructure that we need to address some of these high-risk zones. We're encouraging a broad conversation amongst government, and Zali has been a campaigner for this from a political perspective as well, to address two critical questions. How do we improve the resilience of the homes that we are already built, and how do we improve the resilience of future homes and buildings? And from the Insurance Council's perspective, it really relies on sort of three key pillars: increase infrastructure investment, such as levees and floodways; appropriate land use planning, so we're building out of harm's way; and thirdly, strengthening the resilience of our homes, which we've all talked about today. So in terms of land use planning, we obviously support a risk-based approach taking into account current, but most importantly, future risk parameters. Fundamentally, any housing which is planned cannot and should not be allowed in those high-risk zones. Moderate risk zones, to flood in particular, needs to be accompanied by enhanced building codes and standards to ensure the resilience of the actual structure. And priority needs to be given to development in those low to medium risk zones, notwithstanding the need to hit our 1.2 million home target, but it cannot come at the expense of building continuing in high-risk zones. Specifically when it comes to flood, and I'm pleased we've spoken after, I'll get to speak up to Fergus in terms of the cost that's required. We model that we probably need, over the next 10 years, a $30 billion investment in our flood defence, and we call it the National Flood Defence Fund. And that is investment we see that should be shared between the federal government and the states of Victoria, Queensland and New South Wales, because they're the ones which are most affected by flood impacts. The Flood Defence Fund, which we've taken to government, is aimed at a few key things. Reducing risk, obviously, but that's important for moderating premiums in those high-risk zones, and minimising the financial impact of post-flood recovery that we spoke about a bit before, about the 97.3 rule in terms of how much we're spending post-recovery. In terms of on the ground, the $30 billion would fund those flood levies, it would fund the floodways, but it would also look at ways in which we can establish a mechanism to buy back those homes which are at most risk, but also how do we potentially raise homes and put those services which are currently in many homes on ground level, how do they get raised and get them out of harm's way? A fourth important element is maintenance. How do we ensure that the dams, the floods, the levees we've got at the moment are fit for purpose and they're engineered and maintained in such a way that they're going to be fit for purpose going forward? Building standards, obviously we also support the concept of resilience in building standards, and there's a lot of work which I've taken on board in terms of potentially lowering that wind zone below Brisbane and how can we incorporate that. And there's also work that can be done at the state level to include potentially voluntary code changes to improve resilience. So we're heartened by some of the conversations here today. And we spoke a bit before about the Hazard Insurance Partnership, and I just want to end on that. That's a really important initiative that the federal government has established with the insurance industry to bring together particularly data experts to look at what are the data that we need to be sharing to get a better understanding of our picture of risk. What's the data that the insurers can provide to look at where claims are occurring most prevalently and also where there is low socioeconomic advantage. And that's critical to ensuring that those investments that we're making is targeting those areas where there's going to be most bang for the buck. So look, in conclusion, a saying we have at the Insurance Council is a resilient Australia is an insurable Australia. And obviously there are a number of challenges that we need to address when it comes to the insurability of our properties. But, based on such reports as the Actuaries Institute, there is sort of some steps, important steps which are being made by government at the federal and state level to improve resilience. There's a lot more to be done, particularly in the space of flood, because as we know, over the next 2 or 3 months, the disaster season starts, and it's very likely we'll have another hot summer. We'll have storms in Brisbane. We'll have storms in northern New South Wales, and that just underscores the need to continue to increase investment in that resilience infrastructure to improve our resilience. Thanks, Zali.
Thank you. Lots to work on there. So now, our final session is going to be around the fiscal policy opportunities. So we've talked about, what are the levers to get private sector involved, but we've got a few people here that are going to really help in terms of where are the opportunities from a fiscal policy point of view. So I'm going to start with Alison Reeve from the Grattan Institute.
Great, thank you. I have some slides which will pop up in a minute, I'm sure. But my job is to try not to give you too much whiplash by bringing you back from the impacts thing to the causes, and then also to think about how we might go about making those less bad, to put it short. So, and really what I want to talk about today is ways that we can adjust one particular current policy that we've got to be one that actually raises revenue so that we have a chance of having some money to pay for the various things that people have raised today. So if we could jump to the next slide, please. Today, around 25% of Australia's emissions are covered by some kind of price. There's some kind of financial penalty for those emissions. Most of that happens in the industrial sector. A small amount happens in the transport sector. If you have bought a new car this year, you paid a carbon price for that car via the new vehicle emission standard. And there's some other little bits that are scattered through the rest of the economy. The thing that does most of the pricing for us at the moment is called the safeguard mechanism. Can we move to the next slide, please? So the safeguard mechanism is a baseline and credit emissions trading scheme. And the way that it works is it sets a limit or a cap on emissions from large facilities. That's what the red lines are on this chart. This is called the baseline. If a facility's emissions are less than the baseline in a given year, they get credits for the difference. That's the yellow bit here. And if their emissions are over the baseline, they have to either buy some credits or buy an offset in order to make up the difference. Next slide, please. Now, over time, these baselines are going to fall. And what that means is that if firms want to keep earning credits, they're going to have to keep reducing their emissions. And it also means that if firms are becoming a long way over the baseline, the cost of buying credits or buying offsets is going to start getting really expensive. And these two things together make it more attractive for firms to change what they're doing to reduce their emissions, either to stop business altogether, to install new equipment, to go to new processes, to switch to new fuels. On the next slide, please. Now, that's the theory, and that's very, very high level. There are lots and lots of wrinkles in the design of the safeguard mechanism, which I won't bore you with. But there are three things that I want you to take away from this. There's no revenue for the government. No one is paying very much for carbon at the moment. And the obligation does not apply to everybody's emissions. And I'm just going to step through those in turn. So on the next slide, this is an estimate that we did on how much money is being transferred through that sale of credits in the last year. So when you have a baseline and credit scheme, all of your financial transfers are taking place between firms that are covered by the scheme rather than between firms and the government. So there are some firms that have credits and sell them. There are some firms that need credits and buy them, or they need offsets and they buy those as well. Based on the 23 to 24 data, we think around $53 million changed hands between safeguard facilities to trade credits, and around $271 million was spent on offsets. And this money is largely money that is going from the industrial sector to people who create offsets, and those are largely people on the land, either in farming or in agribusiness, in forestry businesses and so on, who are doing vegetation management projects. On the next slide is our estimate of how much everybody is paying. If you can't see those numbers, they are very low. The highest that we could see anyone was paying, our estimate was around $10 a tonne. There are some firms that are not paying anything because they're sitting below their baseline, so they're just getting all credits. The social cost of carbon at the moment, which is the estimate of the damage that is caused by 1 tonne of emissions going into the atmosphere, I use the Australian Energy Market Commission's guidance as a benchmark. It's around $79 per tonne. Now, these costs here will go up over time, but the social cost of carbon is also going to go up over time. So, why are these costs so low? Well, on the next slide is really what this comes back to, the third takeaway that I wanted you to pick up, which is that people are not paying for all of their emissions. You only have to pay for the bit that goes above your baseline. Now, what this means is if you're 5% above your baseline and the cost of an offset or a credit is $30, then the effective price that you pay is 5% of $30 or $1.50 per tonne. And so it's the fact that those baselines are very high at the moment and allowing people a free right to pollute up to those baselines is what is driving that low price. There is another provision, next slide please, that's in there that is also part of the low price story. There is a provision in the Safeguard for industries that are competing with overseas producers who are not exposed to a carbon price. And if those facilities can show their profitability was affected by Safeguard, they are eligible to have their baseline adjusted upwards so that it's not declining as fast. Now, this is done to prevent what is called leakage. It is about the fear that if you have competition between countries, one that has carbon price and one that doesn't, industrial activity will shift to the country that doesn't have the price in order to avoid the price. There are 16 facilities that have been claiming those provisions, the TIBA provisions at the moment. And what our analysis showed is that those facilities are actually paying higher carbon prices than their Australian peers, but they are paying less than they otherwise would if there was no adjustment to their baseline. And the overall impact of that is it pushes the overall carbon price paid down. So, could we make some money? Could we raise some revenue to pay for climate change impacts out of the Safeguard? Well, I think there are two things that we could do. I've just pointed out a really fatal flaw in the Safeguard, right? That it's not raising any money for anyone. And there is a way that we could change this. At the moment, the Safeguard gives away a right to pollute. And it's free, right? The way that the baseline works is that you can pollute up to that baseline and you only have to pay if you go over it. The thing is, we know that actually has a value because people who get credits sell those credits and we can see what the market value of those is. If this has value, why is the government giving it away for free? So one thing I think that we should be exploring with the Safeguard is thinking whether we could stop giving away the right to pollute for free and start auctioning off more and more of it every year. And that's what I've tried to show on the right-hand side here, is that instead of just allowing this right to pollute all the way up, every year we take away a little bit of that right. So even if you're getting credits, you're also getting squeezed from the bottom end to reduce your emissions. And this would do two things. It would bring down emissions faster because the price would be higher, but it would also raise revenue for government. You would have a natural ceiling where the baselines and the auction catch up with each other, and at that point we would be looking at something that looks a lot more like a cap and trade emission scheme, which is what functions in the EU and which was what Australia was planning to have in the early 2010s. The second thing that we could do, which is on the next slide, is we could be a bit smarter about how we deal with that carbon leakage problem. At the moment, what we're doing is we're saying, well, we're giving these people a less stringent baseline because they face competition from overseas producers who aren't having to pay. Now, that means that our emissions are higher. And that's effectively a form of protecting local producers from the full impact of a carbon price. If we made an adjustment at the border, we could actually help raise some revenue for Australia while also making sure that our local firms still got that protection. If we could click through, if you could click twice actually, that would be great. Thank you. And this is called a carbon border adjustment mechanism. It's done in the EU in the moment, and at the in our region, both Taiwan and South Korea are in the process of implementing one. And the way that this works is that for goods that are coming into the country, you charge them the Australian carbon price as if that good had been manufactured here. And that means that you can take away the protection for your local producers because all the goods that are coming into the country are paying the same carbon price. The effect of this is that our emissions are lower, but it also means that global emissions go down a bit as well because it is actually forcing producers overseas who want to access the Australian market to either reduce their emissions or pay the price. The government commissioned a review of border adjustments in its last term and it released a draft report on it, but it hasn't finalised that report. I think it would be good to see that work completed. There is a review of the safeguard coming next year, and that would actually be a really good time. It would be good to have that report ahead of that so that we can think about taking away this, this thing that is keeping our emissions high and our prices low. And also so that we could start thinking about whether we want to keep giving away the right to pollute for free. I just want to end on one note of caution about pricing of carbon in general. The original idea of carbon pricing came about as a way of optimising the amount of carbon that goes into the atmosphere. The idea is that you've got more than you want, you put a price on it, people respond to that price and it comes back to the optimum level. The thing is that we know now that the optimum amount is zero. And actually very soon it's going to be less than zero. We are getting to the point where we are going to have to pull more carbon out of the atmosphere than we're putting in. And this creates a bit of a problem if you want to have ongoing revenue from carbon pricing. If carbon pricing works, you have less pollution and you have fewer polluters. And if you want to maintain your revenue, the few remaining polluters have to pay higher prices if you want to get the same amount of money. If you want increasing amounts of revenue, then prices have to go up faster than the number of polluters falls. The thing is, we should also expect if people are going to respond to higher prices, they will stop polluting. And what you're going to have over time is that you're going to have fewer and fewer people to collect revenue from, and that amount of revenue is going to decline. The other thing that we're going to have is a mismatch in time. We could get a lot of money out of carbon pricing now because we've got a lot of carbon. The thing is that most of our costs for adaptation are still, even though we know they're high at the moment, they're coming down the road. So the other thing that we need to think about is how we bank that money and not spend it all at once. And this is where I get a bit nervous about people who say, oh, this would be really great for budget repair because we've got a big deficit at the moment. And it's like, well, we do, but we are also got a lot of costs coming down the road and we really need to think about at what point in time do we want to spend any money that we're raising from carbon. This problem does not mean that we shouldn't price carbon. It is damaging the systems that are keeping us alive. But it does mean if you want revenue to pay for climate adaptation, we are going to need more than just carbon price revenue, and we're going to have to be very smart about how we collect it and how we spend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Okay, well, that's a really good segue. Some of those, it's pretty good to put that into figures, but I'm going to go to Rod Sims from the Superpower Institute, who has also, Rod, over to you.
Thanks very much, Zali, and great to be here. Always nice to have an opportunity to talk about carbon pricing, and that was a wonderful segue. Thank you, Alison. And talking about carbon pricing, it really is complementary, I think, to everything that's being talked about today. In my view, though, there's too little discussion of carbon pricing, or the better way to put it, I think, publicly is polluter pays. That's really what we're talking about. I think probably is the better term to use. And I think, I think there's too little discussion of polluter pays by people who want carbon action. And I think that's really unfortunate. I think there's too little discussion because people are put off by what they see as the political poison that came out of having the last carbon pricing or polluter pays that we had in 2012, 2014. It's a great system, but it went away for reasons most people remember, and I'll come back to that. But I think this ignores the necessity for carbon pricing, and I think it ignores the fact that circumstances have changed considerably since 2012, 2014, and I'll talk about that. In my view, a carbon price or polluter pays is absolutely necessary for the following reasons. First, in my view, our current policies won't allow us to meet our climate targets. We won't hit 62, much less 70. And look, the pathways were very good. They showed us that we can decarbonise. They showed us the steps you might want to take. They didn't show us why anybody's going to do it. Didn't give us the incentive for people to do it. So I think that's just crucial. We need a carbon price for that incentive to take the action that's needed. My second reason is that sole reliance on the sort of policies we have now can damage our productivity because they're using basically command and control measures in areas where we should be using market-based measures. And I think the electricity system's a good example of that. The capacity investment scheme has got a huge number of problems, and we're not getting what we want out of that. And a market-based system would do it so much better. And I think, therefore, you're going to get public attention focused on the fact that we've got poor policies and they're not working, and that damages the perception of action on climate. The third reason is that policies without a carbon price provide no funds to compensate households for the cost of these policies or to do the other things that Zali's talking about today. And but the lack of compensation for households will invite further backlash on top of what we're seeing already. And my fourth point is that the current and likely future policies basically damage the budget rather than contribute to the budget. And the budget is going to constrain what we can do on climate as well as a whole range of other things. So how many times have we heard companies say, you can have your own view about whether they mean it or not, but how many times have you heard them say they'd like to make more action, that might make or use more green products, but they cannot because they're more expensive and they've got a duty to their shareholders? Well, in most cases, of course they're more expensive because green and black products are competing without any allowance for the damage done to the environment from the use of fossil fuels. This is not a level playing field. This is a ridiculous playing field. There's no notion here of polluter pays. And polluter pays has just been around forever, but we seem to have lost it from the way we're talking about climate action. At a high level, companies will take the steps to decarbonise either through a polluter pays mechanism or because government subsidises them to do it, or because of a legislated requirement such as the safeguard mechanism. With our budget problems, which I think are much larger than most people realise, there's a real limit to the role government subsidies can play. I don't think we're not going to subsidise, we're going to use government subsidies to get where we need to get. We just don't have the money. Not a very efficient way to do it either. Legislated requirements are difficult to devise and implement, and I will just spend a bit of time on the safeguard mechanism. It's probably the main example of a legislative requirement, but it's got a lot of limitations. It applies to around about 30% of emissions, and look, it's going to be difficult to extend it significantly because you've got to put arbitrary baselines at each covered facility. It's based on emission intensity, so emissions can increase as production increases. The targets are often met by buying offsets, and there's a low price cap on the buying of those offsets. The mechanism requires a fixed level of emission reduction from covered facilities each year with inadequate allowance for different capacities to reduce emissions. So it's inefficient, and you wouldn't get that problem with a carbon price or polluter pays. And as mentioned, it provides no funds to offset the higher prices to consumers or contribute more generally to the budget. So for non-export industries, the safeguard mechanism is not polluter pays, it's basically consumer pays, which is just not right. Now, I acknowledge there's going to be a review of the safeguard mechanism next year, and there's many suggestions to try and work out how to improve it. Whether they can or not, I don't know, but they can't fix all the problems. So in my view, it's a very deficient system, and in my view, people are clutching onto it because they just don't want to go to carbon pricing because they've been damaged from what happened in 2012. So we're in the world of fifth best policy, not second best, fifth best. So let me go to the politics. So there is this view that a carbon price is political death. I think there's an alternative argument that's saying, if you think back to that period of the 2013 election, we had Prime Minister Rudd, we then had Prime Minister Gillard, and then we had Prime Minister Rudd. If you lived through that period, it was chaotic. It wasn't a base from which to win an election. Now, I'm not a political scientist. I'm just observing there are a lot else going on besides carbon pricing. My colleague Ross Garnaut, in his Dog Days book, points out that exit polls at the 2013 election found only 3% of coalition voters thought, quote, scrapping the carbon tax was the most important issue the coalition had put to voters, end quote. Current surveys, and Richard's been involved in a few of these, show about 70% of people would support polluter pays. And Richard's probably going to tell me it's higher than that. I knew he would. But, you know, if you mention polluter pays to people, there is a lot of support for it. So I think judging the politics of today, I think we need to judge the politics of today, not the politics as we perceive them to be or as they were in 2014. The government's current policies, without a polluter pays principle, create significant political risks, given that they cause prices to rise. They damage our budget, they'll often be seen as clumsy, and they very likely, in my view, will see us miss the targets, and that's not good either, for a range of reasons. What I think is really interesting to observe, and I really want to stress this point, those opposed to carbon pricing are usually people who like market-based mechanisms, right? But that's not what's going on here. The political debate on carbon pricing, the reality, however, is that those opposed to carbon pricing usually oppose all measures to address climate change, right? But they're not saying, "I'll go carbon pricing, but we oppose carbon pricing, we do other things." No, they're opposed to all measures to reduce, to deal with reducing emissions. So to me, the political debate on carbon pricing or polluter pays is between those who support it and those who oppose any action to reduce emissions. And I think that's what we're dealing with here. So not using the most efficient mechanism to reduce emissions because there will be opposition from those who oppose all action to reduce emissions is really counterproductive. Those wanting climate action have been forced to fight on weaker ground defending what I think are clumsy measures. So we need to push for an easy-to-communicate approach to polluter pays, which clearly compensates or overcompensates all but the largest users of electricity. I believe Australians will support the principle of polluter pays. In February 2024 at the Press Club, Ross and I suggested the introduction of what we then called a carbon solutions levy. We can think a bit about how we make that title a bit better, but anyway, polluter pays. It was to be levied on 108 sites of fossil fuel production, such as gas and coal, and on petroleum imports, at the rate of the European Union's carbon price. It would raise about $20 billion, so we're talking per year, so we're talking a reasonable amount of money. The proposal was to more than fully compensate consumers so that, for example, the cost of electricity to Australians would come down. It wouldn't go up, it would come down. And you could keep doing it because you've got the carbon price. So the polluter pays, the CSL we're talking about, is essentially, I mean, what it is, it's a transfer from fossil fuel producers to everyone else in the country. It's that simple. It's a straight transfer. So I would say, let's put a price on carbon in Australia so that polluters pay rather than consumers or taxpayers, so effective climate action can be taken, so our targets can be met, so we can clearly make households better off, not worse off, and so we've got money left over to deal with the things you've been talking about today, Zali, which is why you've got me here, of course.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We need to work out how we're paying for it.
And we just have.
Exactly. Well, we do. We just need to keep building. Okay, well, on that vein, we'll go over to Richard Dennis, the Australian Institute. Lots of discussed. Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Zali. Thanks for getting us all together today. And look, I just heartily endorse everything Rod just said, but I'll start somewhere slightly different. We've spent most of today talking about how, as we just said, how are we going to afford to do all these things? And of course, the answer is thuddingly simple: by taxing the people that are causing all the damage. So whether you're the local government association or the insurers or you name it, like when you're sitting there wondering where you could get a couple of $100 million, understand that last year we spent $14 billion with a B subsidising fossil fuel use and production. Okay, $14 billion. All the numbers you've mentioned today are small compared to the subsidies that we're using to cause the problem. And it's just politically inconvenient for me to say this because everyone goes, yeah, but we're not strong enough to stop that happening. But you know what, not you, maybe not you, Zali, I hope you are, but my point is NGOs and others have been kind of beaten down into thinking we can't win the big fight, so I might as well go and push a small one. But to be clear, incrementalism won't stop the existential threat of climate change. Imagine we were sitting here looking at a wave of lung cancer heading our way in the next 20 or 40 years, thinking, how will the health system cope? How will the health system cope? How will the health system cope? Don't talk about the new cigarette factories getting subsidised over there. We're just here to say, how will we cope? Well, we live in the third largest fossil fuel exporting country in the world. And that climate change that we export is going to cause the damage that you're worried about. These are not separate conversations. I'm sorry to be inconvenient. They're not separate conversations. And the fact that an accounting rule says if it's burned in China, it doesn't count, well, I promise you there's not an atmospheric scientist in the world that thinks it doesn't count when we're still expanding gas production. And then, even if you want to worry about the accounting rules, we use more gas in Australia to process gas exports. Right? We burn more gas here in Australia that counts than we use for all of the gas we use to make electricity, than we use for all of the gas we use for manufacturing. So the idea that exports don't count isn't true in a science sense, it's not true in an accounting sense, and we give away more than half of the gas we export for free. Because it's not just the safeguard mechanism that's a complicated joke. The PRRT is a complicated joke, and they're only jokes that fossil fuel lobbyists and people like me and Rod probably get, right? But these policy jokes don't work, and the cost is tens of billions of dollars, all right? Literally half the gas we export given away for free, not a cent in royalties paid, not a cent in PRRT paid, according to the pinko lefties at Treasury. So if you want to fund all of this stuff, it's really simple how to do it. All right, stop subsidising it, stop giving it away for free, start sticking a tax on it. And frankly, if we're not up to doing that, then we won't be able to build enough seawalls. Just own that. Not just because we won't have enough money, but because we'll be causing so much climate change that the seawalls won't keep up. So again, it's no one in here's fault, but the fact is that right now today we're spending $10 billion a year on a diesel fuel rebate, one that Fortescue says it doesn't need, and Rio Tinto probably gets $500 million a year from that, and Rio's got its hand out for subsidies at Tomago. Well, what if we said, well, before we give you a cent at Tomago, how about we clip your wings on the diesel fuel rebate? But that would be some politics, that would be some skill, that would be some imagination. And unfortunately, for the last 10 years, I'll wrap up on this point, I couldn't agree with Rod more. I was pretty close to the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years, The idea it was the carbon price what did it, it's the best getaway political crime story in the history of ever. It was Rudd what did it. It was chaos. And then he got rolled and then he knifed Gillard. And none of that mattered. It was the carbon price what did it. But who pumps the tyres of that story? The fossil fuel industry, right? Because winners write history. So, yeah, until we build the momentum and the political power to go back and introduce carbon prices, the safeguard mechanism's a sad joke. Chevron increased its emissions last year and got $15 million worth of credits under the safeguard mechanism. Pollution went up, got paid. We're paying the polluter. So these sad jokes of policies need to be fixed, but they won't be fixed in this building through inquiries. They'll be fixed by a public that's demanding it. But we're one of the richest countries in the world. We're one of the biggest fossil fuel exporters in the world. We're one of the biggest most climate-affected countries in the world. Unless we want to join those big problems, we'll get nowhere. And just finally, you know, so excited that the ACTU are now saying, well, what if we stuck a 25% tax on all of our gas exports? And I promise the biggest problem with that idea is it's simple. It would work. So they're shit scared of it. And you watch the baseline and credit scheme we come up with instead of that. You watch the complicated, if it's complicated, you're losing. If it's simple, we might win. And yeah, I think a 25% tax on gas exports would fund everybody in here's policy dreams before we even get to the carbon price that, you know, obviously we should have as well. Thanks, Zali. Thanks, Rod.
Thank you. Okay, well, we can pay for it. I know I've got Dr. Judith Reinhardt here from Fortescue. You were just, I'll just give you the hospital pass, obviously, but from your perspective, you know, there is that question of the diesel fuel rebate. That is, we are currently paying for pollution through that.
Thank you very much, Zali, for inviting Fortescue. It's a pleasure to be here. I learned a lot. I have pages and pages of notes to take back. And thank you for your leadership and your colleagues' leadership, Sophie and Nicolette, in this matter. We need your voice. So Fortescue, we have a very visible and vocal chairman, Dr. Andrew Forrest. We all know him. Our purpose is clear: to accelerate decarbonisation on a global scale rapidly and profitably. I want to linger a little bit on the word profitably, because for us, decarbonisation and corporate profit are not mutually exclusive. And this is a question that we often get. Why is Fortescue doing this? Why do you bother? Others don't. We are a corporation, and the one thing that drives any big corporation is money. Fortescue would not be doing it, the decarbonisation, if it would not make economic sense. We have done the modelling, and we are spending $6.2 billion on decarbonising our Pilbara operations, getting rid of all fossil fuels, and achieving real zero, that is without carbon offsets, for our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. We are going a little bit further. We also focus on eliminating our Scope 3 emissions through establishing green iron metal manufacturing and green shipping, both two very exciting new industry and economic opportunities for Australia. It is not easy and it is not cheap, and I'm glad we raised the fuel tax credit. This is something that Fortescue has been walking the halls of Parliament House for 18 months talking about it, and I know we have supporters here in the room. As mentioned, the fuel tax credit users claim back 11 billion or 14 billion every year in tax credits. There are over 180,000 users who are allowed to claim it. These are many small businesses, fishing businesses, farmers, but of course all the big mining industries. Using diesel in remote areas is very expensive, but we get through this fuel tax credit scheme, and Fortescue does as well, millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars back every year. And this is basically a subsidy which makes diesel cheap. So if we want to electrify, which we want to do, the business case is undermined by this fuel tax credit scheme. because it is a lot cheaper to buy all the diesel, we're getting all the credit back, than to electrify. And this is why we have been calling for a reform, policy reform in this space. One, we are open to what can be done. One option is, based on a proposal developed by the Climate Energy Finance, is to cap the fuel tax credit at 50 million per company and convert the balance into a transition tax incentive that is returned to the company on the condition that it is invested into decarbonisation. This would be budget neutral for the government, and it would only affect the largest 15 users of this and beneficiaries of this tax credit, and they're all the mining industry. It would not affect all the small businesses, the fishers and farmers, which is very important politically, of course. This is something we have been talking about. Also, we will be making a submission to the review of the safeguard mechanism. And just want to make sure that people understand Fortescue is committed. Things are not changed. Our chairman is sitting on top of us. We are aiming to reach our real zero target by 2030. And I'm not showing any pretty PowerPoints. I invite all of you to come to the Pilbara and have a look. It is possible, we can do it, the technology is there, and this is something that a lot of other companies say it's too expensive, the technology is not there yet. It is there, we are buying it. We've just signed global partnership agreements with Liebherr, with XCMG, with BYD, Longi to establish huge solar farms, wind farms, energy storage out in the Pilbara. We're building 600 kilometres of transmission lines for renewable energy there. Come and have a look. We have our battery electric trucks and our battery electric diggers already out there shoveling the green iron 24/7. It is possible. Thank you, Sally.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm conscious of time and some may need to go, but I am also conscious that we haven't heard from Angela from Bushfire Survivors. If you want to just, obviously, so I'm sorry, there's so much that can be covered.
Understood. Thank you so much for the opportunity to chime in. Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action. Many of our members have lost all their positions, both practical necessities and mementos, along with their sense of safety and well-being to the impacts of climate change. Our core work is advocating for stronger mitigation policies, but I do have a perspective to share for this forum. We hear people telling us the stories of trying to get back on their feet after a disaster. And they tell us about having to prove time and time again the worst thing that ever happened to them while they are shattered, while they are homeless, and without their documents because they got burned up. So what we see is community-led groups stepping in while the ground is still hot, in the words of one of our members who ran a community emergency hub on Kangaroo Island during Black Summer. These groups can work faster, they're better targeted, and they're more familiar to their communities than agencies coming in later. So while all these funding streams that we've been talking about, they're so necessary, they're so valuable, I just really appreciate the opportunity to especially underscore the point about the importance of backing and funding directly and long-term community-led organizations in disaster-impacted and at-risk communities. Community legal centers are a great example of this, and other community groups that spring up in the immediate context of disasters. Communities themselves know best what they need, what works for them, and they are already there. So funding these directly will be most effective and most efficient. So we advocate for a levy on fossil fuel corporations to fund a climate compensation fund that would directly fund climate-impacted communities and people for both recovery and adaptation. We would also welcome a parliamentary inquiry into these enormous costs and how they can be funded.
Yeah, well, that's sounding very much like a polluter pay proposal, which
yes, it absolutely is.
Which I think there's a fair amount of support. I think also we've got that hasn't spoken, Kate from ARC Justice.
she's had to go.
She's had to go. I'm just so sorry. And Nat Berg from WWF. You're good? Okay, well, I'll just finish with Emma, Dr. Emma Esbert, who we had some miscommunications, but Emma, I've worked with around resilience proposals. So if you want to make some short comments?
I just wanted to say I'm loving hearing in the room pretty much everything that was in our Re-Energised Economy white paper being supported by all the wonderful brains in the room. And just to add, through my work with ANU, I do a lot of collaboration with both government and industry. And off the record, all the big polluters very happily say, and I know the people who talk to them will back me up, you know, we'd love to decarbonise if only someone would incentivise it with a carbon price. They won't say that in public, but they sure as hell will behind closed doors. So they're ready to do it. They need the price signal. Fully agree.
Okay, well, with that, with no further ado, Sophie, myself, other parliamentarians, we will get to work. Thank you so much, everyone, especially everyone who shared lived experience, the generational equity piece. So, you know, we've looked at the what we need to do, the why we need to do it, and then the how we can do it and how we can pay for it. And obviously the benefit will be healthier, safer communities, which has to be everybody's priority. Thank you so much for coming. We've got time for discussion. There's still snacks, but I really appreciate everyone's time on a Friday after a sitting week. This is only a first step. We will be getting back to all of you with further tasks and jobs to keep the conversation going. Thank you.